in a reasonable time.
Recording in progress.
Call to order.
Welcome, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order of the Marina City Council of Tuesday, September 19th. I am Mayor Pro Tem Christina Medina Dirksen in for Mayor Delgado, who was called away. And Councilmember Biala is also not with us today. So let's go ahead and do a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember McCarthy. Here. Councilmember Vischer. Here. Councilmember Biala. Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Here.
Mayor Delgado.
Thank you. So we open this up we're going to go into closed session. So now that we've called it to order, we've established a quorum. Is there any public comment on the closed session items before we go into closed session?
We do have two attendees. If you would like to speak on items for closed session, would you please raise your hand?
Okay, not seeing them raise their hand and not seeing anyone here. We are going to recess into closed session and we will reconvene here at 6:30 p.m. Think we're ready to start? Welcome, everyone, to the Marina City Council. I am Christina Medina Dirksen, Mayor Pro Tem, sitting in for our Mayor Bruce Delgado. So we just came from closed session, and so we will hear from our City Attorney, Heidi Quinn.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good evening, members of the public, council. The council met tonight in closed session on just one item, and that was regarding property APN 031-201-005-000 and 031-251-018. As to that item, direction was provided, but there was no reportable action taken. The second item was not considered by council tonight for a lack of quorum, and that concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Ms. Quinn. So next, we're going to stand now, and we'll have a moment of silence first, and then we will, or should we do the moment of silence? Why don't we stand, have a moment of silence, and then maybe I can have a volunteer to lead us in the pledge. Okay. Gino, would you like to lead us in the pledge? Okay, you have an American flag shirt on. You have a very patriotic shirt on. Very nice. Okay, well then I will lead us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. We have some special presentations today, seeing some young faces in the crowd and some familiar faces. I am proud to have a presentation for National Recovery Month, a proclamation here. Perhaps I can have a representative from Sun Street Center. Sure, why don't you come over? I can read this proclamation, or perhaps you'd like to read it yourselves. You want me to read it? Okay. Well, I'm very, very proud to see young, enthusiastic faces from Sun Street Center. I'm very glad for the work that you do and that you took the time here. Would you like to say something before I present the proclamation?
Yeah. So good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Katia Gutierrez, and I'm the program manager for our prevention services here in Sun Street Centers. Along with me, I have brought my prevention coordinators who also do this amazing work, along with our youth. Right here. They're a little nervous, but they also do this fantastic work here in the Peninsula area, including Marina. And then I've also brought some of our PDM co-workers who have worked here in Marina providing recovery services to Marina residents. And with that being said, I just want to thank you all for your continued support and Sun Street Center's efforts. Recovery Month really brings awareness to individuals and families who have a second chance at a healthy life. With that being said, Sun Street Centers will continue to provide support to anybody from Marina families and individuals when it comes to recovery in any capacity that we can. And along with that, I would also just take a second to thank all the other agencies who also share similar work as we do, because, you know, this is a team effort, so it's not just Sun Street Centers. And lastly, I just want to say that with these continued efforts and hard work, we definitely want to continue to make Marina a healthy and happy community to live in. Thank you.
Thank you. I will ask you a little bit about your contingent there after the proclamation. I'm going to read it unless any other council member prefers to.
I'd love to take this if you don't mind.
That's fine. This is Council Member Brian McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just because I have such and I know we all do, but I've worked closely with Sun Street and have such a tremendous respect for the work that they do. I'd like to read this proclamation for National Recovery Month. And it says, whereas reducing the impact of substance abuse and mental illness in our communities is essential, and National Recovery Month is a platform to celebrate people in all forms of recovery to achieve a healthy lifestyle, both physically and emotionally. And whereas National Recovery Month promotes the benefits of treatment for substance use and mental disorders, celebrates people in recovery, applauds the contributions of treatment and service providers, and promotes the message that recovery is possible. And whereas National Recovery Month spreads a positive message that behavioral health is essential to overall health, that prevention works, treatment is effective, and people can and do recover. National Recovery Month highlights the need to educate our community about how substance use disorders affect children, families, and all community members, and the need to eliminate discrimination and the negative public attitudes so that those in need access treatment and those in recovery reestablish their place in the community. And whereas addiction can destroy lives and weaken families, and City of Marina applauds organizations throughout Monterey County, such as Community Human Services that provides residents of all ages with tools and support to overcome these challenges and create lasting change to their lives. And finally, whereas to help more people achieve and sustain long-term recovery, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, the White House Office of National Drug Control Policy, Sun Street Centers, and the City of Marina invite all residents of Marina to participate in National Recovery Month, September 2023. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the City Council of the City of Marina does hereby proclaim the month of September 23 as National Recovery Month and encourages individuals, parents, students, schools, and organizations throughout the country to support use treatment, promote healthy lifestyles, and make mental health services a countywide priority so that more people seek out treatment services to achieve and sustain long-term recovery. Thank you so much. And if you wouldn't mind, I'd love to get a photo maybe
Yes.
in front of the dais here.
May I ask a few questions? Thank you. I'd love to talk to the youth. What schools are you from? Is this something you do as volunteer basis? Tell us a little bit about yourselves.
My name is Ruth and I go to Seaside High School. I am a sophomore.
Did you have any?
Yeah, is this something you do on a volunteer basis? Are you employed? And what kind of work do you do with, I assume this is volunteer work?
I'm a volunteer at Sun Street Centers. Soon to be employed.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Ruth. And any others want to speak? What high schools? How about that?
My name is April. I go to Monterey High. I'm also volunteer and also soon to be employed.
Wonderful.
Hi, I'm Saturnino. I'm 13 and I go to Paro Middle School in Lakeview. And I do this as volunteering.
I want to thank you all for being here. Good job. Thank you.
I'll take two Linda's, one portrait, one landscape. Are we ready? Smile. Sun Street. Sun Street again. Sun Street. Right, one more time. Right. There you go. Thanks to you.
You're welcome to stick around and listen to more business. Right. Thank you all. Next, we have another proclamation, this time for a Korean team. The Korean reality show that was here was called Unexpected Business. And we have proclamations for the producers and the entire team. I'm not sure if we have them on. Let's see if we have them here. I had a special message for them if I could open my computer. I wanted to say, Hanyong, welcome. Do I see any? I'm not sure if I see a representative. They were invited. No. So a little background here. We had a Korean reality show that sought us out based on some very interesting demographics. It's a show called Unexpected Business that set up here just across the way from us, taking over a business for how many days was that? Probably about a month, maybe 85 people. And they brought a lot of interest and soon to be international notice to our city. They chose us based on our large community of Korean population and a grocery store that they could take over and film. So we're quite excited about this. So I have 3 proclamations. One for the entire team of the Korean reality show Unexpected Business, another for producer director Jeong-gil Lee, and the third for producer director Ryan Ho-jin of CGENM. So I will go ahead and read it unless someone else wanted to read it. Elizabeth, would you like to read it? No? Okay. So the proclamation, we're giving special thanks. Whereas the Korean TV show Unexpected Business was filmed in Marina, California from August 9th, 2023 to August 24th, 2023, after an extensive search throughout the US for a small town to complete the third series of the popular reality show. And whereas many famous Korean actors came to Marina, including their top golf pro in their country, to staff the real day-to-day operations of the Asian market on Del Monte Boulevard in Marina, including cashiering, cooking, food serving, stocking, cleaning, etc., while its owner took a vacation. And whereas the local and regional excitement this show generated was covered by local TV, local press, and put Marina in the news spotlight and locally and internationally, and highlighted the significant Korean Asian population and their contributions in Marina. And whereas the opportunity for cross-cultural sharing and goodwill between Americans and South Koreans was experienced throughout, including statements from the Korean producer directors that the city of Marina staff were all very helpful and that the residents of Marina were exceptionally friendly. And whereas the reality show Unexpected Business brought economic benefits to Marina's local economy and businesses from the approximately 85 Korean production crew living and working for several weeks in Marina, and whereas those residents who engaged with the crew and cast strengthened their sense of connection with and respect for the kind, sincere, joyful, and hardworking ethic demonstrated by the entire Unexpected Business team. Now, therefore, be it resolved that, this is signed by our mayor, be it resolved that Mayor Bruce Delgado and the entire City Council of the City of Marina do hereby express deep appreciation for what the Unexpected Business cast and crew has contributed to our community, and do hereby recognize Jeong-gil Lee, Ryan Ryu Hajun of ENM, and the entire team as wonderful representatives of South Korea. This is adopted today and signed by all of us. And I will just add that we will be having we have a sister city relationship with a community called Namwon, Korea, and a delegation will be visiting us in October, November that we're quite excited about. So this cements some of our very real appreciation for the contributions and representations of the Korean community here in Marina. Thank you. Do I have any questions or anybody from the, I was just wondering if we had the call-in listener might be from the Korean show. No. Okay. That's that. Moving on. Next presentation is going to be our annual fire department open house. I'll hand this over to our fire chief.
And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, members of the public. We want to take this opportunity to invite everybody to our annual fire prevention open house. It's going to be held on Tuesday, October 10th, and from 4 to 7 p.m. It's going to be right at our fire station down here at 208 Palm Avenue. And a few of the highlights this year, we're going to have some live fire cooking demonstration. This themes will be cooking safety starts with you. Pay attention to fire prevention. We're going to have turnout drill competitions. We're going to have raffle prizes redeemable at local businesses. We're going to have a kids mini firefighter obstacle course. We have face painting and balloons. We're going to have a DJ. We're going to have a local Marina hula dancing performance. We're going to have hot dogs, popcorn, refreshments. We're going to have Marina High School students and police explorers volunteering. And then we're also going to have a coloring contest. And whoever from the children who win the coloring contest, they're going to be invited to have lunch with the fire crews. As some of our vendors and people be on display, we'll have AMR be there. Red Cross is going to be there soliciting for smoke detectors. If you don't have a smoke detector, we can facilitate a smoke detector through Red Cross. We're going to have a Cub Scout Pack 135. We're going to have Save the Whales representation. Joby's going to be there. Our Marina PD is going to be there, the patrol cars. We're going to have Fish and Wildlife. We're going to have Mira. We'll have PG&E with one of their demonstrations. Marina Youth Arts, Friends of the Marina Library, the Monterey Bay Football Club, and also Greenways. So it's going to be a packed event, and it's in between council meetings. So we look forward to hopefully seeing everybody there. And if a lot of this depends on a lot of donations for all these prizes, things like that. If you do wish to donate to the event, we're still taking some donations, and if we can have a donation or a prize or something by this Friday, we can add you to our sponsorship banner. Thank you.
Chief, how would do they contact you directly about donations?
They can contact me or they can contact Sly at the phone number on the screen at area code 831-275-1700, which goes into our main office. And be happy to put them on the list.
And is the coloring contest only for kids? Come on,
We're all a kid at heart, right?
there we go. Any other questions? No? Thank you very much for that presentation, and I look forward to it. Thank you for all the collaborations. It's a laundry list. Next, we have another presentation about a below market rate housing lottery. This is going to be from our Assistant City Manager, Matt Mogensen. Thank you, Matt.
Mayor Pro Tem. This is going to be an abbreviated presentation from last week, just to update everybody of where we're at. So I guess that thing caused a little bit of a problem, doesn't it? That banner. So really quickly on Terracina, I checked in with them yesterday where they're at in the process. And so far, they've talked to a whole lot of people. They've been able to sign up 40 that are getting into a lease. They're meeting on their 40 this next week, and then the following week they're going to meet with their 40. So they anticipate that they'll have the full 92 of the first phase of Terracina leased up by November. Okay. So on the Sea Haven project, we kicked that off a week or 2 weeks ago, just about. We have a lottery window right now that's open between now and October 8th. So we're asking everybody to sign up for that lottery. And you do that by going to our website. And on the front page, you click on BMR Housing. It's on the left side and one of the big buttons. That takes you to our housing page, and it gives you kind of an overview of the program, what it takes to qualify for the program. So what are the housing prices are going to be for the different income levels, and some information like that. And then there's also a link that takes you to the Sea Haven website for this program, and that's where you actually sign up. So you need to go to that site, and you need to click on the link that is to register for the priority list. And you make sure you fill out the survey that comes back to you after you click on that link. And then once you do that, you're in the process, and you're going to be one of the people who are in the lottery coming up here. And that will be October, I'm sorry, I wrote it down. It's the Monday night after a week from, yeah. Shep will look it up while we continue ahead here, ahead on the slides. So yeah, this is, yeah. So people who go to our webpage, they're going to see this table. And what this table tells you is what the different income levels are, restrictions for people of different family sizes within the units that you're going to be looking to. And on this page, if our banner wasn't in the way for people here in the council chambers, you would see the full pricing for those homes. But at home, they should be able to see that just fine right now. So there it is. He unhid it for us. For the Sea Haven process, just to, a lot of people are not sure what's going on and what the process is. But for now, the only thing you have to do is, like I mentioned, go to our page, look at the information, go to the Sea Haven page and click to be on the registered list. That's all you have to do. You don't have to qualify for any loans. You don't have to submit any more information. It's just all self-certification at this point. Once we establish the lottery, which will be again on that evening coming up here, that we'll get to in a second, that we're going to have the rank order of the list. And there'll be two different lotteries. There'll be one for everybody with the preference points and one for everybody who doesn't. Once we do that, we're going to go down the list and then you'll be invited to apply for a loan and to go through the process. So in the beginning, don't feel like you have to do all that work. Just get your name on the list for the lottery. These are some of the questions that we're asking in the survey. So if anybody has any questions, you can, contact the Sea Haven team, or you can contact us at the city. But it should be fairly simple and self-explanatory, the first survey again. So again, the lottery that we're going to hold. And this is the process that I mentioned. There's two different lotteries. And so we do have one more open house coming up. We had one on Sunday. It was very successful. There were, I heard, 250 to 300 people who went through the different units. It was very, very popular. It's crowded to get through walk through the units as you're walking through. But we were able to talk to a lot of people and explain more of the program to them. A lot of people are very excited about this. It's really good. So the lottery will be on October 9th in the evening, on a Monday evening. So we'll hold that live, just like a regular city council meeting. And then everybody will see right away, where they're going to rank in the overall order. Again, reminder, the most important thing right now is to go to our website and learn about the BMR program and see if you qualify. And that's all I had to update you on tonight. Any questions today?
Does anybody have any? I have one, but I will go forward. And Lisbeth Fisher?
I would like to add something. I also visited the open houses. And just to make people aware that although the 5 homes that are open now those are the higher priced homes, there will be lower priced homes coming up later. But even for any of the homes, the deadline to register for the lottery is October 8th.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah. And then the homes will be open again, open houses, Sunday, October 1st. Yeah, between 11 and 1. And I encourage everybody to go look at them. They're beautiful. So thank you very much, Mr. Moguson.
Thank you, Councilmember Fisher. That was my 2 questions. The first was, are only those on the list knowing about the open houses? Are we getting the word out through social media and other ways about the open houses?
We are. So we did post it on our Nextdoor about the open house, I think twice. We also put it on our website and we put it on our Facebook page. So our website automatically sends news out to anybody who signed up for our list. I think we have about 500 right now. And then our Facebook account has an equal number perhaps. And then Nextdoor really seems to be the good communication tool here in Marina. And that seems to kind of spread pretty well. But in addition, anybody who signs up for the list automatically gets emails that notify them of things happening as well.
So at this point, all they need to do is just sign up. They don't have to fill out anything.
All they have to do is go back to the one page that they're going to ask, some basic information. There you go. This is the survey that you get back when you go on there and you say, I'm interested in this unit, and you put in your contact information. You get a survey back and it says, what's your name? What's your email? Your phone number. So the way to contact you, how many people are in your household. So just some of the basic stuff. What's your total gross income of your household? And we're not asking anybody to go get their tax forms at this point in time. It's just tell us what it is for all your family members added up who make money within the household. There are 18 and above. And again, this is going to get kind of more verified later on, but this is just a reporting time right now. Also, we asked them to tell us if they are somebody who, if anybody in their household works in the city for more than 35 hours a week or lives in the city. So we start to understand their preference points.
Have we done, maybe this is for HR, have we done any outreach to our own employees to make sure they know about this? And then secondarily, I'm seeing if they've worked for any public or private institution that employs a person for at least 35. Have we done notices to the school districts as well?
But yes to both. We've notified all of our employees, and we've also notified the school district as well. And it's the school district employees seem to be the most active right now. We're getting a lot of calls from them.
How about potential employees? I think that would be a very nice carrot.
We can definitely add that to our recruitment tool and list that in some of the benefits.
Thank you very much. And one last one, just because the slide went by for fast. Mr. Mogensen, can you go back to the income requirements, because the range is rather wide?
Yeah. So within this program, there are 3 different types of units that we'll be selling. Well, just say 4 different types of units that we'll be selling. There's the moderate income townhome. There's a workforce townhome, which is a townhome as well. It's just for people of a different income category. There's a workforce cottage, which are units that those were open last weekend as well. And then there's a bridge cottage. The difference in the income limits are also the difference in the house. So the most expensive homes are the bridge cottage. And so those ones have a different income qualification. For those, you can make up to 200% of the area median income, which the area median income for a family of 4, if you look at there, it's highlighted in yellow. It's $100,400. So roughly, $200,800 would be the maximum income a family of 4 could make in order to qualify for that. If you're somebody who your income is $150,000, then based on this matrix here, you would still sure fit within the bridge cottage, but you might not be able to afford the loan for the home. So you have the option of the workforce cottage then, if you're in that category, and so forth down the line there. That's the reason there's so many different numbers. And but you take the number of people in your household and you just go down the matrix there and see which level of home you're interested in, where your income kind of crosses.
So looking at this, a bridge cottage at 200%, you could have 6 people in your house with a combined maximum income of $232,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And on the low end, you could have one person making a maximum of $70,000. I'm sorry, and get into, a maximum, the one person could make up to 140 down to 84,000. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay, so the range here, I just want to reiterate, can range from making anywhere between $84,000 to $232,000, and it's all going to depend on how many people live in your house. Is that correct?
How many people living in your house? Yeah, your makeup, if they're making money, or not. If you have 4 people who live in your household, only 2 make money, but your income is based on those 2 people. If they're people who are under 18, of course, people who are over 18, if they don't have income, it wouldn't count against you, but we would look at whether or not they have income.
This is quite exciting. I just want to let everyone know to please apply. And this is for working folks, getting you to stay here and continue to work in the industries that make our community thrive. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Mogensen. Next up, we have council and staff announcements. Yes, Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I have one announcement. MST, they will restart the bus service between Salinas and Gilroy, which was stopped during COVID. But on October 30th, they will restart that service so people can connect again to Caltrain and Gilroy. And more information will follow later, but there should be 4 round trips per day. So that's
And
good
those
news.
buses have free Wi-Fi, is that correct?
I think all the buses, but I'm not sure if it is all the buses, but yeah, there are buses with Wi-Fi. Yeah,
That's good
Yes.
news.
yes.
Thank you for that. Council member, did you attend a utility box unveiling yesterday? And is there some news on the Lead Me Home Summit?
I did, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you. Yesterday there was a unveiling of a utility box wrap done by our Marina Youth Arts Group, and that is at California and Marina Heights Drive. It's a beautiful box that honors Lenore Masterson, who recently passed away. Ironically, last time I saw her was at a different utility box unveiling, the one on Del Monte. So it was especially meaningful for me. And this one's a little different because I just want to say every time that I've seen her, she always talked about the youth, the youth, the youth. And this kind of honors her art a little bit. So it's kind of a neat little thing. And then secondly, the Lead Me Home Summit, run by the Seaside Coalition of Homeless Service Providers, is, I think, October 3rd. Let me just double check the date. October 19th. Last I heard it was at capacity, so I don't think they're accepting additional registrations, unfortunately. I hope that there's a Zoom component if folks in the public want to attend. But it's a really interesting look at what the region is doing to address homelessness through a kind of what they hope to be a unified plan. And they're in their second year. So it's kind of interesting to look at what progress they've made, how Marina fares. They do a point in time count every year. So again, that's October 19th. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Absolutely. I have an announcement about girls in aviation, and I will be asking about some recreational announcements. I think we have a movie in the park in a second, but Joby Aviation is partnering with some other partners to put on an event this Saturday called Girls in Aviation. I'll be attending with at least 2 of my daughters, and it is going to expose them to STEM careers, science careers, and the possibility of careers in aviation, which I'm quite excited about. I wish they had these programs when I was younger. Perhaps I wouldn't be sitting here. I'd be flying over you all. But I just want to give a hats off to Joby and all the partners for putting that program on. And next, we have our wonderful recreation and cultural services director, Andrea Willer.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, we have a movie in the park this Saturday at Gloria Jean Tate in conjunction with the Pump Track. It's a movie about mountain biking and the culture of mountain biking and the language of mountain biking. We are co-sponsoring with MORCA, which is Monterey Off-Road Cycling Association. We are going to have bikes and helmets available for anyone who needs to borrow one. We're going to have safety checks for existing bikes and helmets. Lots of games, food, and fun. So we hope to see you out there. It starts at 5:30. There will be about 2 hours of just fun activity and riding on the pump track. And then the movie should start around 7:30, depending on light levels.
Where should people park?
Wherever they can.
Maybe have dinner at Denny's and walk over.
Yeah, right now we only have about 60 people that have RSVP'd. And so we don't have a specific parking plan.
Excellent. And thank you for that. Any questions about that? No. And while you're up there, did our recreation department receive a resolution recently from, can you talk a little bit about that, please?
Yes, I should have put that on the agenda. I apologize for that. We were recognized by the County of Monterey for our Breakfast Club program at the Teen Center, where we feed teens before school starts. I believe it was Hunger Awareness Month or something along those lines. And they gave us a beautiful resolution and plaque. We're trying to figure out where we're going to hang it. But yeah, it was a very special honor.
How many students or how many people do we feed, or do our rec staff and volunteers feed?
It depends on the day, but anywhere between 35 and 50 per day.
That's just in the morning, right?
Correct.
And then you do feed them after school, right?
Yes, we do. But the Breakfast Club is a smaller number of kids.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we thank your staff for all the work that we're doing to ensure that our kids go to school with focused and fueled.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any other announcements before I move on? No? Okay. Thank you very much. Next, we're going to move on to public comment. Members of the public have up to 3 minutes to come and address us. These matters are things that are not on the agenda, and anyone is welcome to speak. Thank you very much. Just state your name if you would.
My name is Chandler Rowland, and I'm a Marina resident. Tonight, my subject is the MST Surf Project Express passenger ridership numbers from the Marina Transit Station to the Seaside Sand City Transit Station. On 2 occasions, I requested the above Route 20 bus trip information for 2022, and MST responded by email as follows. August 16, 2023, MST does not retain stop level passenger data from Marina to Sand City and back. And then September 6, 2023, stating MST does not currently report this data. In 22, the Monterey public is unable to determine the number of passengers riding the only express route 20 bus trips between Marina and Seaside Sand City. 2 major factors must be considered when improving any proposed new public transit bus lanes: the present total passenger riders and the passenger ridership once the bus lanes are completed. MST indicates 880,000 the first year. On these 2 factors, the MST Surf Project has failed to inform and has actually misled the Monterey public regarding accurate passenger ridership. I request each member of the council reject the present MST Surf Project and consider other available alternative actions. MST must not be allowed to destroy our 6 miles of environmental landscape adjacent to our coastal recreation trail between Marina and Sand City.
Thank you, sir. Do we have anyone else here in the audience before I go out to speak, please? No? Okay. We're going to go on out to the outside panelists, and I see a Jack Riley. Welcome, Mr. Riley.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello?
You're here with us, Mr. Riley.
All righty. I don't know how things working. Hello?
Go ahead and speak, please.
Hello?
You're on, Mr. Riley.
I am?
Yes. What is it that you'd like to speak about? You have 2
I
minutes
can't
and
hear you.
21 seconds. Cannot hear me.
Wait, can you pause the timer so I have a little bit more?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, you're on, Mr. Riley.
I'm on?
You sure are.
How long have I been on for?
Okay. I'd like to remind you that this is public comment. You are allowed 3 minutes to speak, and your time starts now.
What?
All right, Mr. Riley, I think we're going to move on to someone else.
No, 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 no.
Thank you for joining us, Mr. Riley.
Come on.
Next, we have anyone else with their hands up? No. Mr. Riley, if you hear me, you're welcome to send us an email. Just look on our city website and share your thoughts. Next, I have Mr. Tommy Balea. Welcome, Mr. Balea.
Thank you, City Council. Yeah, I just came across a grant issued by the state of California. I know they give grants to all the cities and counties and governments, but one for churches or nonprofits is available through the state of California in all the counties that reside within it. You can just search California security grants for nonprofit. You should find it fairly fast. It has an application which needs to be filled and sent out to a specific email address. And the amount could be as high as $250,000 for a church or any church that you know of that you may go to that needs cameras, a fire alarm system, security system, security lighting, anything to do to protect the church as it stands in the community. The deadline is, I believe, is October 28th, 2023. And again, a maximum amount can be awarded up to $250,000. So if you have a church that you go to and you feel that you want to help some of the homeless people or some of the people that are mentally unstable and you still want to have security in your own nonprofit organization, you can apply for this grant and get the kind of security that you would least would need to protect yourself. And that's all I have to say for this evening, I guess. Nonprofit grant, security grant within the state of California. Again, you gotta fill out that grant. Hopefully, maybe we can get help from somebody in Marina filling out these grants because the questions do go on and on and on. I know you guys applied for grants, and I know you fill out this application, and they won't help you. They won't assist you getting the grant, but they will help you with basic questions. It's more like, why do you need a grant? Why are you applying for the grant? Because you feel threatened in any way, maybe a view on your church's issue on abortion, gay rights. There's a lot of issues happening and they're affecting our church. And at some point we have to protect the church first to help others. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Balea. Do we have any other people interested in speaking? Go ahead and raise your hands. Oh, I see Mr. Walters. Welcome, Mr. Billy Walters. You have 3 minutes. Welcome, Mr. Walters. Can you hear us?
Hello?
Here he is again. Yes, Mr. Walters?
What? What do you mean? Here we go again.
Yes, Mr. Walters, you have 3 minutes to speak. Otherwise, you can send us your email, comments in email. You have 3 minutes starting now.
All right. I already sent my email.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us. Anything else?
All right. I'd like to discuss school.
Go right ahead. Okay, looks like he left us. Anyone else interested in speaking? Grace, we have a Miss Grace Silva Santella. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, the City Council and Mayor Pro Tem. I want to express my appreciation to Council Member Brian McCarthy. I know that your last meeting on the 12th, the conversation about the project Room Key and the Country Inn was a uncomfortable and a difficult conversation for you council members. It was uncomfortable and difficult for us in the audience to listen to. And I know that it takes a lot of strength for a council member to feel strong enough that they can speak in the public forum like that and ask questions. And in particular, I especially appreciated that Councilmember McCarthy had real knocking on the door experiences that he was able to share with all of us in the observations that he saw that's happening at the Country Inn and that happened at the Country Inn. It's unfortunate that we have been portrayed in the media this past week in not a very positive, good light. I hope that this council will stand strong. I hope this council will thoroughly investigate what has happened. And I hope that we will support our city staff, especially our city manager, as we move forward in finding out what the problem, why so many problems happened, why it became so dangerous, why it became such a negative for the city of Marina. City of Marina, I served on the planning commission for 10 years and back when the base first closed, and I know firsthand that this city has more than absorbed a number of projects out on the former Fort Ord military base that has proved successful programs for housing the homeless population. And I know that we in this community have done more than many in this region have done. And I want to again just express my appreciation to Councilmember McCarthy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Silva Santella. Anybody else in the audience or, I'm sorry, online who would like to speak? Okay. Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. And as far as I know, there was no questions to be answered. Is that correct, City Manager?
Yes, and there's a couple corrections to the consent calendar and we've made those and those should be in front of you. Just want to note that.
The corrections to the consent agenda. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move on to the consent agenda. Just 1 second while I get that ready.
Through the Mayor Pro Tem, City Manager, was that just the minutes? Is that the correction?
Correct. It is in the minutes.
Thank you.
Okay,
And
there it is.
there's also a dollar amount on the fire alarm. Matt, did you add in the 10% contingency on that?
So I believe in your information in front of you, you should have a red line version of that staff report that removed the 10% and also made sure that the funds are being allocated from unallocated airport funds and not the capital funds. So is that hopefully it's in front of you?
Yeah. That is correct. Okay, so with that, moving on to the consent agenda. With those corrections, do I have any other questions on any other matters on the consent agenda? Brief questions or something to pull?
Brief
Yeah.
question, Mayor Pro Tem, for the Rec Commission appointments. Are we to assume that those were the only two applicants? Do you know?
I do know that they were.
Okay.
If I can, just a brief question on that one, that is M1. Yes, that means that we have one more open seat on the Rec Commission. Lisa Reich and Mia Nguyen were both selected. Thank you to them for their willingness and enthusiasm. But we do have one more seat that's open.
Thank you. And I'd like to second your thanks to those folks for stepping up. But sometimes there's more applicants than there are seats, but it sounds like that's not the case this time.
Not this time. Okay, so can I get a motion to go ahead and accept the consent agenda with the corrections to the minutes of September 6th?
I would like to make the motion, like you stated, to correct the consent agenda with those corrections.
Okay, so moved.
And through the Mayor Pro Tem, so the corrections, just to clarify, were to the September 6th minutes, but also to the staff report for the correction to the item.
On the sprinklers.
Okay.
That would be K1.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. I have a second by Councilmember McCarthy. So let's go ahead and take a vote. Do we need a vote? We don't have to do a roll call. It's good to go. Okay.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. 3-0. And then do we have to say to 2 since they're absent? 3-0. 2?
Through the Mayor Pro Tem, it's good practice to announce the vote afterwards and to say the people that are not attending. It's an important to due to your rules, your council rules require a 3 vote for an ordinance or expenditure of funds.
Got
It just clarifies for the record.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So next, moving on to other actions, we're looking at a public hearing. Yes, we've got a public hearing before us relating to an amendment to our Muni Code 12.25 relating to our skate park facility rules and regulations, which includes, there it is, rules and regulations for our newly created constructed pump track here in Marina. And I'll give the floor to our Recreation and Cultural Services Director, Andrea Willard.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. So yes, this is a pretty straightforward update to the existing ordinance for the skate track. As you know, the skate park. We've had the skate park for some time. We recently brought on the pump track. They are very similar facilities. So we updated the ordinance. In summary, we updated the title to include pump track. We included 5 new definitions that are specific to the pump track. And then wherever possible, we just added the word pump track to existing language because we want the rules and regulations to be consistent between both recreational facilities. And then in some other cases, we added minor additional updates just to make it clear what the ordinance was for each facility. Questions?
I do have some, but before I move forward, does anybody
No
have
questions, I have comments, but maybe after public comment.
Sure, that'll work. So the question I had to do with the wheelchair definition. And there seems to be a discrepancy between the motorized and non-motorized. So I wanted just some clarification on that. And then maybe for legal, is there any ADA just using how do I say it? Not allowing motorized motorized wheelchairs on there? Is that okay? And my worry was that we were discriminating or we were not complying with ADA requirements.
So the clarification is between motorized or not motorized? Yeah. My understanding when the pump track was designed, it was specifically designed for non-motorized wheeled devices. But I couldn't speak much further to that as far as the motorized wheelchair, if that is somehow not meeting ADA. Not attorney, I would, as a layperson, assume that we are meeting it because we are allowing wheelchairs as long as they're not motorized. So there is access.
Okay, in looking at section 12.25.30, vehicle prohibited, and then you have vehicles allowed. Okay, I see. I missed over the vehicles that are allowed, wheelchairs that are propelled by human power. Okay, that was one question. And then another question I had, maybe it had to do with the original ordinance, but there was a 9 a.m. non-allowance on the hours. And I was just wondering if the 9 a.m. was arbitrary or not.
That was the original skate park ordinance, and I just wanted to keep it consistent and respect the neighbors in both areas.
I just wonder if it's open for discussion at all, because I have seen parents there first thing in the morning with their children in their pajamas. And being a parent, I know sometimes you just have to get the kids out of the house as early as possible.
Yeah, in speaking with Chief of Police, that would not really be enforced unless we had a complaint. So the very few neighbors that are near the pump track, if they complained that it was a noise nuisance or something before 9 a.m., that's the only time police are going to enforce that.
Thank you. And then back to the prohibited section, 12.25.30 reads, it's unlawful for any person to use any bicycle, BMX, tricycle, unicycle, strider. Should that have said motorized strider? Bicycle, BMX bike, motorized unicycle, motorized tricycle, motorized skateboard, motorized scooter, and then it says wheelchair. And then it says motorized wheelchair or any vehicle not listed within the confines of the skate park. So I wonder if we should strike that wheelchair and perhaps add motorized strider, unless striders indeed are prohibited.
I don't know if a motorized strider exists, but out of an abundance of caution, we could change that, yes.
If it's not too much trouble, it's right here. It's chapter 12.25 skate park and pump track facility rules and regulations. I'm not sure, but it struck me as perhaps needing a little more clarification. And striking of that second wheelchair, I think that's what caught my attention.
So I wonder if it's just easier to clarify. So I think the intent is just anything motorized, any motorized bicycle, BMX, tricycle, unicycle, skateboard. So it's kind of poorly worded, but I think you just need to put is unlawful for it pursues any, then put in motorized. And then have all the different things listed.
List the devices, list motorized once, and then list all the devices after that.
Correct.
Yeah, we can make that change.
And through the Mayor Pro Tem, it looks like there's some inconsistency just in the agenda report between the changes that you're calling out. They're not all reflected in Exhibit A. And I think the agenda report talks about motorized wheelchair, but then it's not transferring over into Exhibit A. It doesn't have the same word. So that's something that we can make sure comes back for a second read and is corrected, because the intent was to have, as you say, only the motorized. It somehow it got dropped from the draft.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Any other questions here? Okay, I will go ahead and open it up to public comment on this matter. Raise your hand if you're in the audience, joining us on Zoom. If you have a question on this, please. Anyone in the audience? Okay. Well, not seeing anyone, I'm going to go ahead and bring it back to council. Council members, do we have any comments?
That's me, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Just wanted to say that this is something that I understood Terry Segrist maybe started years ago, and it was something that I feel like was even then ahead of its time, and I always thought was just a really great thing from Marina. So I just want to applaud you for picking up the ball and making the changes, and I hope as it requires more changes down the road, you have the same enthusiasm. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you. And I just want to comment, I was out there today doing some planning for the movie in the park, and there was a family and they made a point to come up and tell me that this was the best pump track they have seen in the state of California. And so kudos to everybody who was part of the planning process.
Yes, please go
Can I
ahead.
please just add that, yeah, this is such a fantastic addition to our parks in Marina. And I was just, and I don't have any questions about the ordinance. I was just wondering if there would ever be a unicycle on the pump track. So
You are welcome to bring one, and we will have the drone ready.
with the helmet and the
Yes, of
bubble
course.
wrap. Okay, but thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
How about a tandem bike?
That is a two-wheeled,
Three.
most
2 wheels?
tandems have two wheels. So yes, that would be considered a bicycle because it has two wheels.
So bring us your weird, right?
That's right.
Okay. A comment from me is also echoing our council members up here. It's a wonderful addition to our community. It is bringing a whole bunch of new people to town.
Yeah.
We're glad that they're here, and I've really been taking note and really want to say thank you to the public for taking care of it. I've gone out there multiple times, and knock on wood, there's been a high level of respect and decorum that's occurred. The additional of the bathrooms is wonderful. Thank you to staff for making that possible, and this council for the expenditures. But I'm very impressed that our community is taking care of this new addition.
Thank you.
All right. Would anyone like to make the motion?
I'd like to make a motion. We introduce the ordinance to adopt amendments to the ordinance for Marina Municipal Code Chapter 12.25 entitled Skate Park Facility Rules and Regulations to include rules and regulations for the pump track.
With the additional corrections or clarifications?
Clarifications on motorized vehicles as
Not vehicle.
or sorry, motorized, recreational.
Yeah, so we need to go back and just make it clear, but to make sure everyone understands. So like at the skate park, the bicycles, tricycles, those things are not allowed at the skate park in addition to the motorized ones, but at the pump track, we're saying the bicycle, tricycle, those are allowed at the pump track, but the motor ones are not. So we just need to make that language clear to differentiate between the two, because the skate park still doesn't allow bicycles and those other things.
So yeah, to clarify, the motion is to adopt the ordinance or introduce the ordinance rather with the staff's clarifications to come back for the second reading.
Okay, can I get a second?
I'd like to second that.
Okay, that is seconded by Councilmember Fisher. So we're ready for a vote. Is that correct? Roll call? Since it's an
Councilmember
ordinance.
McCarthy.
Yes.
Councilmember Fisher.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Yes, so that motion passes 3-0 with Mayor Delgado and Councilmember Kathy Biala absent. Thank you very much for that. Okay, moving right along, we might get out of here at a record time. Let's go ahead and move over to other action items. And this is a resolution approving a lease agreement between the City of Marina and a new singular wireless PCS LLC for construction and operation of a telecommunications facility at Tower on city-owned property at the northeast corner of California and 3rd Avenue. And with that, I'll hand it over to our Assistant City Manager, Matt Mogensen. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you. Sorry, there we go. Got it up and going. So tonight we're here to talk about a lease agreement for a proposed AT&T wireless facility that has been presented to the city. So tonight the action before you is to consider a lease agreement between the city and New Singular Wireless for the construction and operations of a telecommunications facility that'll be on property at the northwest corner of California and 3rd Avenue. So this facility was reviewed by the Planning Commission and approved on May 5th of 2023. They got a conditional use permit for an 89-foot tall monopine facility. The CUP was for the height because it is over 30 feet in the R1 district. And the project is a 900 square foot base area, which is the lease area that we're here to talk about tonight. And that CUP was contingent on the approval of a lease. So the CUP is active and in place. It was not appealed, but it is not in full force until the lease is approved. The location of the project, you can kind of see on this wider screen. In a second, we'll show you a closer one, but it's generally where there's currently a gate that goes into the Cypress Knolls area. If you're on California, you'll see that gate. So this is just a quick visual of what the tower proposal is. It is what they call mono pine. So it is shrouded in pine leaves and branches and things to look as close as possible to a pine tree. Also important is the tower can accommodate up to 2 other tenants, and that matters for the lease purposes. Again, so tonight we're here to talk about the lease, which is 900 square feet that is depicted here in the hatched area. Is also the location of the site. So if you look at the bottom of the screen there, you'll see 3rd Avenue. So you can kind of see where that intersects and where the facility is located there along California. So, how this location came about. So probably about a year ago now, the applicant approached the city and said that they've been contracted with AT&T to find a spot within a certain area to put a new cell tower to allow coverage in some areas that are currently needing coverage. So we went out and we looked at some different locations. We looked at the stockade type property. We looked at the landfill. We looked all over Cypress Knolls. At the end of the day, the location where this is proposed was the most feasible for the carrier and also seemed to not interfere with future planning efforts of Cypress Knolls. So that's how the tower ended up where it ended up. So the terms of the lease, it's a 20-year lease, would have 2 additional 5-year periods. So it's a total of 30 years. The base rent starts at $2,900 a month, and that will increase by 2% every year if we're able to secure another carrier on this tower. And as we know, other carriers also have challenges in this area for cell coverage. It would be an additional $500 a month just for the tower. And then we would also have a new base lease with that new carrier. So they would have to come to us as well for another 800, 900 square feet. So it'd be a similar lease. So it could be potentially another $2,900, depending on how that all works out for another carrier. So that's the basis of the lease. So again, the action that we're here tonight to really focus on is this lease document. If you have questions of the applicant, he's here with us tonight, could tell you a little bit more about some of the coverage challenges if need be, or if you have any questions about lease terms, we're here to answer those.
Thank you, Mr. Vogensen. Do we have any questions from the dais? Yes, that is correct. We're going to go ahead and start this. We have some new procedures. Takes a while to remember our new procedures. So I'm going to go ahead out to the public for any questions. Not seeing anyone here in the audience. Please let me know by raising your hand. If you're calling in via Zoom, you have 3 minutes and you're welcome to comment on this matter. Mr. Balea, thank you for raising your hand. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening again. Yeah, obviously with 5G technology, and again, it's probably going to go 6G, 7G. People want faster speed, unlimited data, more phones. I mean, you have to have more towers because the signal, maybe they can correct me, but 5G signal is a different frequency, and you either need more towers or higher towers. And Marina is not the greatest for cell phone service. I talk to people that have different carriers, and we obviously going to need this. I mean, if we're going to be on the wireless 21st century, I mean, it's just, I would wish we would get some support on our side of Marina. You got cell towers at the Marina Airport. It needs to be brought over to here where the cars and cell phones are. But anyways, I mean, there'll probably be objections to this because of the height and all that. But I mean, if it blends in, looks like a tree, smells like a tree, I mean, and it's 5G signal doesn't go as far as 4G. So you have to either have more towers, higher towers, more power, more transmitting power, but I'm sure they're all regulated by the FCC and what they can do as far as transmitting. But there's other areas that I can't at some point make a phone call from my house. I mean, and I do have a IP phone, but if the electricity goes out, that goes out, and at times my cell signal can barely work, and I have a new phone. People at Target, all the employees tell me they all have to either yell at each other or use Wi-Fi to make calls because the cell phone signals are not. No, it's just Marina's spotty. So hopefully with new towers, it's gonna solve a lot of those issues. I mean, it's just the way of the future, and I mean, I wish we were getting like the tower there near the City Hall building. That tower should be a lot taller than that. You got a playground right there emitting that RF energy. I mean, if I wouldn't have my kids in that area. That tower needs to be a lot higher. I know I know you're going to probably have negative feedback because you don't want to see that tower or this new one that you're proposing. But I mean, they look like trees, so they don't stick out like a sore thumb like the way they used to. I just hopefully it'll be multiple carriers on that tower, Verizon, AT&T, to make it universal for everybody's response on cell phone signals. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Balea. Next, we have Mr. Jeff Markham. Welcome, Mr. Markham. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I had a question regarding there's a existing cell tower near the Equestrian Center and the old radio area there that is rumored to have to come down in, I believe, 3 to 5 years. Is the plan to relocate the existing cell tenants in that location to this location? Is that what the plan is? That was my only question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Markham. We'll get an answer for you shortly. Is there anyone else who would like to raise their hand? You have 3 minutes. We have 17 attendees, just for the record. Anyone else? You'll have 3 minutes on this matter. We're talking about cell phone tower. Mr. Clark. Welcome, Mr. Clark. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I just wanted to address the fact that this tower is not being placed in the correct area. AT&T may believe this is the best area for their signals and whatnot, but the height of this and the look of it just does not fit in this place. It being more than double the height of any other tree in the area and not even looking like a tree. If you've seen the mock-ups and the photos, you can see that. They are, it is going to stick out like a sore thumb, as opposed to what the gentleman said earlier. Looking at those mock-ups that the city has provided shows that this will be visible for everybody within a mile range and just stick up into the sky, like, again, a giant sore thumb. So I believe that AT&T should be responsible for proposing alternative sites for the city to look at. And possibly, like they said in one of their reports, if they can't put in one giant tower, they would have to put in multiple smaller towers, maybe 2 or 3 smaller towers scattered out throughout the city. And I believe that that should be a possibility. I feel that the city should not just roll over for AT&T and allow them to place this monolith in the middle of our city, especially what's happening with Cypress Knolls being developed. As I said in one of my letters to the city council, I don't believe this is smart growth. It is going to be not very attractive as we build out Cypress Knolls, and as the folks in Sea Haven will be looking at this every day as they're trying to look at a beautiful sunset that the city is known for. So that's a lot to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Very much appreciate your comments. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this matter? Mia. Welcome, Mia. You have 3 minutes. We're talking about the cell phone tower.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
I want to agree with the previous speaker about the look of the tower, that it's not matching to anything around the environment. Also, the location is quite unfortunate for the new Sea Haven residents that have paid millions of dollars to buy a brand new home and live in it for maybe less than a year, and now potentially have to bear with, a 90+ foot tower that is probably double in size of the trees and bushes around it. So something, as a new homeowner, that's quite sad. When you come in to invest, into the city to become a new resident, and you're welcomed with the potential of having to look at that. So I don't live around close there, so luckily I'm not one of those folks, but I feel for them. And I hope that the council will take that into consideration, because that might impact future decisions of folks that want to invest and buy homes here. That, when you buy a home with your hard-earned money, that the city protects the people, and kind of push back a little bit as far as the location. It might be best for AT&T, but is it really best for Marina citizens and homeowners. That's quite the question. And the other thing is cell phone technology in a few years might go to satellite. So we're talking about towers, but 5 years from now, we may not even need a tower. And I would highly recommend T-Mobile. If people having bad reception with AT&T, try T-Mobile. They have a location next to Taco Bell, and see if that will work better for you, because my reception is perfectly fine. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you, Mia, and welcome to our Recreation Commission.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Ms. Denise Turley. Welcome, Denise. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Many of you might be some familiar with the what appears to be a windmill at the corner of Davis Road and Blanco. That is in fact a cell phone tower, and it was built specifically that way since that is a farm. That's what the owners of that land asked them to do. So it is possible to have something other than a tree that some would call ugly. So I just want to say that that's an example of a cell phone tower that enhances the land around it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Turley. Do we have any other comments? We're talking cell towers. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close. There's no one else here in the public. Is that correct? Okay, one last time. I'm about to close public comment. I'm closing public comment on this matter. Thank you. Let's go ahead and address some of the questions. I have a few questions here. Did you write some down, Mr. Manager? Do you want me to, Mr. Manager, Mr. Long? What would you like me to address you as? All right, Mr. City Manager, let's go ahead and address some of these questions.
I think Jeff Markham had the question about the existing cell tower, and this is the one up at the Equestrian Center site. And his question was, is there plans to relocate the ones from carriers from that tower to this one? And we don't control that. And so we aren't aware of any plans for that right now, unless Matt is aware of any more of that.
No plans. It's a
I think that question also had to do with maybe somebody can speak to the expiring terms of the Equestrian Center tower.
Correct. We that agreement is expiring in a few years. We had approached the National Park Service. Actually, the carrier wanted to extend their lease, and we approached the National Park Service, and they said no, that tower was not in compliance with their regulations, and gave us a little window possibly, but we don't think that we'll be able to meet that window, and that tower will probably go away when that lease expires.
Okay, there was another question about, you gave a little bit of information, Mr. Mogensen, about searching for sites, but we had another caller who said, could there have been multiple sites? And secondly, how extensive was the site search done?
Well, I can speak to the walk that we did to look at the different locations. But in terms of could there be multiple towers and everything, I'd probably defer to the applicant on that one, on the technical side of it all. But we did, like I said, we walked up and down MGen a little bit while we looked at different sites. And for various reasons, those sites didn't work. They were too low in topography or too far away from the circle, what I understand. And then on the Cypress Knolls side, we started walking along, again, MGen on the Cypress Knolls side, and there's a lot of infrastructure that's in the ground there. So we walked that whole site. There's also a lot of low points in that section of the area as well, and a lot of areas where it just wasn't suitable to place a tower of the construction size that was needed. But I'll again, I can defer to the applicant if you're ready for that, on if it's possible to do smaller towers in different places.
Was there any other questions from public comment?
I don't have any questions. They were just comments.
Okay. I will go ahead and move to our council members here. Does anybody have any questions? Yes, Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I assume the applicant doesn't have a presentation, but might be available for questions or? Okay, but there's no presentation, right? Okay, thank you. So I guess for Mr. Mogensen, the existing lease language, I didn't see it on there, but if another carrier wants to come in, can we require that they co-locate? In other words, another carrier says, hey, I'm gonna apply for a permit to put one on the corner shop, but it's right next to the existing, or if this is approved tonight, can we say in our lease that no, actually you're required to co-locate?
I hope I don't get ahead of our city attorney here, but I believe because it's our property, we fully can tell somebody you have to co-locate. We're not going to give you a lease for another site on our property.
The only other thought, we control our property. So if we want someone to co-locate there, they don't want to do that. They can go to other private property and try to put a tower up on private property as long as they comply with our code. We don't have the ability to stop that.
And we don't have a cell tower ordinance or code as part of our municipal code, correct?
Currently, no.
I guess I'll just make a quick comment and then I'd like to hear from others, but I will say to the applicant, we've been waiting for you for a long time. For years, I have heard about this problem on Highway 1 where calls get dropped. And my understanding from the Planning Commission hearing is that this particular proposal doesn't address that, which is unfortunate. And so I think I'll have some more questions about that later on. But I hope that regardless of what happens tonight, that you don't walk away from the city of Marina, because we've suffered coverage problems for a long time. And I can say that I and others have tried to reach out to entities, probably the wrong entities, to try to get the problem solved well before I was on council. And we didn't make a lot of progress. So thank you for being here. Thank you for showing an interest in Marina. And I look forward to maybe asking a few more questions later on.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. Councilmember Vischer, do you have any questions?
Yes, I have a tiny remark about the presentation from Mr. Mogensen. The Planning Commission meeting was on May 25th, not May 5th. Just in case anybody is interested in watching that meeting, which I have done, and that answers a lot of my questions and a lot of the questions that I read from members of the public who submitted their questions. We also walked the area. So because many people were asking, can you not put it on the corner of California and Imjin? And because that's way higher. No, it's actually much lower. So just walking there opened my eyes, plus the infrastructure that's there. So, and I agree, I know staff is planning to, or is working on an ordinance for cell towers. But I've looked at the one that Monterey recently adopted. And for our city, I do not think we have any areas that are close enough to this area where the issues are, where better coverage is needed. We do not have any commercial areas there. There's always homes close by. So, but I know for us, we are looking at the agreement tonight. So I do have a few questions about the agreement, probably for this city attorney. On page 79, 2B, it says landlord's approval will not be unreasonable withheld. And shouldn't it say approval or disapproval? Should that be added, or is this already enough coverage for us?
Through the Mayor Pro Tem, that's typical legal language. The applicant wouldn't be asked, or the lessee or tenant wouldn't be asking for disapproval. So they're going to be asking for approval of additional facilities or whatnot. And so in this context, I'm not at that page, but they're really asking for approval, which the city would not unreasonably withhold, but you wouldn't say, they don't want our disapproval.
Okay, so
right?
but we're not getting into trouble if we withhold the disapproval, or it doesn't mention that we can have a disapproval.
It means that if it's not unreasonable, we could disapprove.
Okay,
The city
well,
could
thank you.
disapprove,
I know
yeah.
this is your expertise, so thank you for that.
You're welcome. And also to address your concerns, we usually have any type of agreement with a third party. We always include in the direction from council, subject to review by the city attorney. So we can always go back and make minor adjustments to the agreement.
Okay, thank you very much. I do have another question about the agreement, page 82, 12, access. It states here that the tenant and its employees will have access from an open and improved public road to the premises. So my question is probably for the city manager or assistant city manager. What will it cost to improve this public road? And how will this be funded? And could the tenant be required to pay for this?
That sounds like a kind of a complicated question right now. In some ways, I believe because we are already providing access to the site reasonably, we are already meeting that. They're going to have to put in some kind of probably a gravel or something like that road. And maybe I will let Mark talk to that a little bit more, because that isn't something that we anticipate in this document, that we were going to build a road, obviously.
So when you say they will need to do that, I like that word, they. So there will not be any extra cost for the city.
Yeah, if we go back to that exhibit, I think that the 900 square feet, you don't really have to, but the 900 square feet is relatively close to where Third Avenue is today. If Cypress Knolls gets redesigned and it's cut off from the world, I'm sure we're going to have to work with them within these plans to make sure there's some access through their gravel road.
You're
or
not
something.
expecting
A paved road, no.
Okay, thank you for that.
It sounds like we're okay.
Through the mayor pro tem, we can also tighten up that language to make clear that the city is not obligated to improve a road for access.
I would like that. Thank you. And I have one final question. I don't know if my 5 minutes are up. Page 83, 14, maintenance/utilities. It states landlord will be responsible for maintenance of landscaping on the property. So my question is, if the city would take care of this maintenance, what is the estimated cost? Do we have the manpower for that, or people power, or does it need to be contracted out? But my main question is, why would the city take this responsibility and not make the tenant responsible for landscaping maintenance?
So when we looked at this section and we discussed it, there's landscaping on the outside of the facility, and that's the landscaping you care about. In this case, the landscaping on the outside of the facility is basically just, it's overgrown natural habitat. So there wasn't much of a concern with anybody really maintaining any of that, other than for fire clearance and things like that. As we get into the Cypress Knolls planning and everything, there could be some real improved landscaping in that area. And then that'll have to be incorporated into, if there's an HOA, if it's a city right away, whatever it is. But as it sits today, the landscaping is going to be basically just clearing within a certain fire distance to make sure fires don't catch fire.
Outside or inside of the proposed wall?
Inside the proposed wall, they don't want any landscaping, and
That's
they're
what
going
I
to
figured.
they're going to have to keep weeds and things out of that, because we won't.
So when it
go inside
says
there.
on the property, is that more than just the walled in area?
That's the way I would interpret it, but we probably should step back and study the document and make sure that that's exactly.
I'm just concerned, we already have an issue in the city with maintaining our landscaping, and I would like not to add anything to that. So I hope that the applicant, even if it's outside, that anything needs to be maintained, I hope that they can take care of that. So
through the mayor pro tem, I'm making notes, and we will tighten up this language and work with the applicant. So thank you.
Thank you. These were my questions for now. Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I do have many questions, and I'm not sure where to start. Whether I start with this lease agreement or some concerns, the hefty concerns that we've had from many of the people who've written in. So I guess I'll start with the technical questions in here and then move on to, if my 5 minutes is up, to the very real concerns that residents have about this. So I'm going to start with, I don't know if some exhibits were lacking, but on page 78, it talks about exhibit 1, the premises, and about the airspace above this ground space. What does that mean? They have a right to their airspace? How much? And what does an encroachment on that look like? Is that like if it's drone, we're sending drones over to take a look at potential fire hazards in that Cypress Knoll areas? I mean, I'm just kind of unclear on what airspace means and how much.
Can you zero me in a little bit more? It's
So the
under
lease of the
permitted use.
premises and recital background after
Okay.
lease of the premises. It says it's about 900 square feet, including the airspace above such ground space as described on attached exhibit 1, which is the premises. So maybe I overlooked exhibit 1, but I'm just trying to get a physical feel for what we're leasing to them.
So exhibit 1 should be the tower plans themselves.
Okay.
So the airspace that would be applicable. Again, maybe I shouldn't. My interpretation would be, if I were to read this document, would be the airspace that includes that tower. That's the height of the airspace.
So the top of the tower is the
Yeah.
top of the airspace.
Yeah.
Okay. Top of the tower. Okay. The next question has to do with page 81. We're talking about indemnification. And one of the concerns I see off the bat is if something were to happen, let's just say, for example, a car runs into this, it's on indemnification. So it's number 9 on page 81. A delay in notice. This talks about notices. I'm wondering if something were to happen on our property that they are leasing, is there a duty to inform us about this? I'm just going back to thinking of other locations where somebody runs into a power pole or a light pole or something. Because this is a private party, what is their duty to inform us?
It's a good question. It could be captured in a different term of the lease, and all it has to thumb through and.
Through the Mayor Pro Tem, it's in that same section under indemnification, under subsection B of 9. It talks about the obligation of the indemnified party to promptly notify. And so then it's just a disclaimer, the delay in notice doesn't relieve the indemnifying party of its indemnity obligation. So here the tenant or the applicant is indemnifying the city.
Right, I understand that, but I'd like to know if there's a notice requirement of must notify with us within 90 days, because if I don't mean to go into anything legal, but if we were to see a claim come before us as a party to the ownership, while we do get indemnified, it doesn't preclude anybody from making a claim against us. So my ask, is it possible to ask for some notice requirements of some things that have occurred within a certain time frame?
This section is protecting the city. So here the city is protected by the tenant. The tenant is agreeing to indemnify us from different claims. And the obligation to notify the tenant is on the city, and it says we promptly notify. That's what this section is saying. And if we delay in notifying the tenant, it doesn't relieve the tenant from its obligation to defend and indemnify us. So this section is really the tenant's obligation to protect the city and our obligation to notify them of a claim promptly.
Could there be some language that says something happened on this property, we're letting you know?
I believe that's in there. Let me see if I can find it. That would be, but that's different than the section you're referring to. I don't want to take up too much time of the council, but that is typically a provision of a standard agreement that we would have, but I can also add it to the notes that I have for Councilmember Vischer to make sure that we're including a notification requirement that would be a prompt notification to the city I wouldn't have it extended to 90 days.
Okay, just,
Okay, all right.
So back to removal and restrictions, back on, I'm sorry, not back to, page 83. I'm looking at tenant will repair any damage to the property resulting from tenant's removal activity. Tenants will not be responsible for the replacement of any trees, shrubs, or any other vegetation. Did we establish that there will be no trees, shrubs, or vegetation there?
In the current site, there is, and as part of the planning application that the planning commission reviewed, there was removal of a dead tree. And so that should have been captured within that application that was approved.
So it says tenants will not be responsible. Is that correct? In this agreement,
Will not be responsible for removing that dead tree.
tenant will not be responsible for the replacement of any trees, shrubs, or other vegetation. Is that correct? Incorrect.
I kind of hate to answer that because I'm not sure if it pertains to this section of the document that you're asking the question about.
Mayor Pro Tem, could you direct me to where you're raising the question?
Sure, page 83, number 13, removal restoration is talking about improvements, and tenant will repair any damage to the property resulting from tenant's removal activities. Notwithstanding the foregoing, tenant will not be responsible for the replacement of any trees, shrubs, or other vegetation. That just seemed a little confusing to me. Sure. Right, is that proper? Is that proper?
I think you have a question, and this is really, I think, pertaining to the approval. If there was a tree that was allowed to be removed, it's indicating that the city isn't imposing a replacement requirement. It's also stating that the tenant would have the obligation to repair any damage. But I would welcome a comment from the applicant or tenant.
I think the intent here, hi, my name is Mark Lobo. I'm with Epic Wireless. Thank you for having me here tonight. I'm representing AT&T Wireless on this matter. So I think the intent of this paragraph is to state that the carrier, once they vacate, will remove their equipment, including the tower, footings, all that kind of stuff. We're removing a dead tree, so I don't think we could put a dead tree back there. And I don't think we would revegetate with, I don't know what that material is out there, manzanita or something. I think that's what this language speaks to. That wouldn't be typical. In other words, once it's devegetated to build this facility, they wouldn't revegetate it 20 years later or whatever. Does that make sense, folks?
It does, but it also raises the question, if you return the property to us, it should be returned in the condition that it was found, removed.
So then, I think it opens kind of a can of worms. What do you need? Rocks, dead trees,
It opens a conversation.
Yeah.
We're very cognizant of aesthetics and our natural flora and fauna in our community.
Okay.
Anyway, those were my questions. I will move forward with others after my minute's up. I'll go back out to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Loba, if I can ask, I know during the Planning Commission meeting, you brought your engineer, but that person, you don't have an engineer online or with you today, do you? I do not, no. How does your company determine the need to build another cell phone tower? They've got radio frequency engineers whose sole job is to determine holes in coverage. During the Planning Commission hearing, we presented a coverage map. Pretty clearly shows a big hole in coverage in this particular area. And I know we had this conversation. You contacted me sometime before the Planning Commission hearing and had some questions regarding whether this site would address specific coverage objectives. And I explained that I can't have one site that would cover the entire area, and that Highway 1 was not part of the coverage objective. So I guess the only way that I can explain that is they have engineers that plot this out and look for holes in coverage, and that's where they determine they need a new tower. And it's based on user data. I mean, there's a lot of, it's not just a hole, because obviously there's holes in coverage all over the place. They want to put it near future growth
near their customers? Where does it make the most sense to spend a finite sum of money to improve coverage? And this was one of the areas determined.
After, I think there was an initial meeting on this matter. I can't remember because somebody reached out to me, a company, unsolicited, to talk about just cell legislation in general. And one of the things they told me was that carriers generally base a lot of their coverage needs based off of drop call data. Somehow they're able to collect that.
That's part of it.
But what they didn't talk about was kind of when the call doesn't actually get dropped, but you kind of can't hear anybody and you can't talk back. So it feels much like a drop call. Do you guys keep statistics on that the same way you get dropped call data?
I've seen drop call logs. You know, what you're describing is just kind of poor cell coverage. So, you know, in general, it's kind of a nebulous description that you're giving, but there's drop calls, there's, you know, calls that don't connect at all, that sort of thing.
The reason I ask is because there's, again, this spot on Highway 1 that millions, right, of visitors that come to Carmel and Monterey, and they drive through Marina and they say, oh, here we go through Marina again, where the cell phone service doesn't work. And I think a lot of that's topography, and it's probably really hard to address. But it's something that I'm frequently asked to try to address.
Right.
And so, you know, I welcome as many cell towers that are necessary to provide adequate coverage to our residents. Maybe not one more than that, right? I think there's an ideal number in there, right? And I'm not convinced that this action tonight does enough to get us to where we should be. So I'm not really sure how I'm going to vote, but I'm inclined at this point to vote no, with the hopes that either we can table it and continue to work with the applicant and come back. There's just some things that I don't think were addressed in this particular application. And I don't know how we get to addressing them so that we have as many cell towers as we need to provide that coverage. And if now's the time to kind of leverage a little bit, you know, the land that the city has to make sure we're covering more than just one cell phone gap. I guess I would ask the council when we go back round robin to kind of maybe provide their input on that. But that's definitely a big concern of mine. I know that many cities have cell ordinances that kind of address a lot of these nuances, right? They maybe require co-location, is what I understand, so that you don't have more cell towers than you need. They may set lease rates from the onset so that co-location lease rates, so that those are well understood by anybody that wants to co-locate. And so I'm just wondering if the council doesn't benefit a little bit by maybe reaching out to someone that specializes in this field, maybe even spend 2 months of what cell lease would be worth to kind of pay a third party to kind of give us a little bit more input, and hope that it can come back before we make a decision. But I think that's where I'm at.
Can I address those two? We've addressed both of those items that you mentioned, are in the lease agreement. We've specifically addressed the cost of additional carriers, what rents they're going to pay. There's one other point that you made.
Requiring co-location?
But the site has been specifically developed to co-locate. The city manager's office was vehement that they didn't want to build a one-off cell tower that would only serve one carrier. And we went to extreme measures to design a site that will be a multi-carrier site and benefit the city in both by filling a coverage objective and producing revenue. And this is on your paper, so to speak. We provided very few red line comments, but this is the city's lease. So I think we've addressed your comments that you're making. And if you want to talk about the coverage, what the benefits, this thing's going to have FirstNet service. Chief can speak to FirstNet. Extremely important, incredibly important. Going to provide additional broadband coverage. In-house coverage is what we're trying to achieve, not vehicles. We're producing a signal that will penetrate structures.
And I appreciate that. I only have so much time, so I want to continue.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, totally
Yes.
okay. And again, those emergency services, essential, right? Like, and I support that 100%. And I think we need as many towers as we need to penetrate the city of Marina in that respect, to provide that adequate coverage. But again, I just worry that we haven't quite been methodical enough to say, we're going to create a little bit of language in our code that says, you know, companies are required to co-locate. So in other words, they wouldn't necessarily even be able to go out to a private property owner and ask for another tower because and I don't think that's addressed in this lease. City Attorney, I don't know if you can verify. We don't require through this lease or through our code for another cell tower to co-locate. Is that correct?
I'm looking through that right now.
So I guess I'll just make that point. Again, this is tough for me, and I could be convinced otherwise. It's one of those issues where I'm a little bit waffling on because I know this is important. But my inkling is to say we just haven't done quite enough, and I know that's not what the applicant wants to hear. That's my perspective. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just like Councilmember McCarthy, I do not want more towers than we need. But for me, this is a separate issue than the Highway 1 lack of coverage. That's something that, yes, it should be addressed, but many people have issues at this moment. And I appreciate all the people who wrote to us or who posted on social media or called us or emailed. I took the time to go back to the next door posting from last summer after the planning commission decision. And there are a lot of people who do want this tower. Just like there are people, usually the ones who will see it, that of course they would rather have it somewhere else. But after the site visit that I did and after really looking and talking, I do not see another option than this location. And the emergency services, it's very important. Like somebody at Sea Haven Road, it's a safety issue, not being able to use your cell phone in your home. People don't have landlines anymore. So for me, I know I will disappoint people with my vote tonight, but I'll also make people happy. And for me, this is just the only option at this moment. I wish we didn't need towers. And like one of the speakers said, in a couple of years, we might not need them anymore. Okay, if we don't need it anymore, we have our agreement. It will need to be taken out. Dead trees will need to be replaced or not? No. So for me, those are my thoughts. So
Thank you, Councilmember Fisher. This is my turn. I've talked to residents about this. The Planning Commission vote was 4-3, which they grappled with it too. But I have some problems with this. This is going to be the tallest tree in Monterey County. We just unveiled okay, I'm so sorry. It will be a very tall tree-like structure.
Shorter than all of the other trees out there. No, I shouldn't say that. My survey, and I can show you on the survey, it's actually 90 feet. Many of the trees are over 100 feet tall. So I just want to just
in urban areas.
No, in the area that we're building the tower. I just want to be very clear on that. There's many cypresses out there that are actually taller than the tower.
Thank you for that.
Yes.
Having just you did attend a wrap of a utility box. I wonder whether something more aesthetically pleasing could be something like an art installation, perhaps. I'm very concerned about the lack of coverage on Highway 1. I always have to precursor my calls by saying I'm going through Highway 1, Fort Ord. I do have sympathy for the people who have said it's time, and it's correct. I think we could use more. So, health hazards, I don't know if there's enough facts to support health effects. There was some concerns about notice requirements. And the other one was, have you met with residents out there?
Other than at the hearing itself, no.
There is a whole homeowners association out there, and I would have liked to, do I still represent that area between Fisher and I? Council member, we both kind of claim it, but we are Marina. I received a lot of communication and am understanding that they would like to be part of a conversation. The other concern I have with it has to do with whether we're putting the cart before the horse. We don't have an ordinance. So what we do here, does that grandfather in future does it grandfather in what we do and maybe we change our minds? I'm just wondering if there is some further discussion to be had. And the other thing is, perhaps Chief, perhaps you can tell us a little bit about, I am very concerned about your ability to communicate and get to where you need to get to. So how would this impact, make better, make worse, improve, not improve what we currently have in place? Thank you.
Right now, we cannot use FirstNet. We don't have the coverage, so we're using Verizon. And so because AT&T did not have sufficient coverage on that south side of the city, so we're not able to take advantage of it. As far as us getting there and response, we have other means to get there, to get where we need to go. Our only concern is to make sure people have coverage to call us, because some people don't have landlines anymore. Make sure that when they're in their home, that they have an AT&T service, they can actually call 911 to get us en route to the medical aid or whatever type of emergency it is.
Thank you, Chief, for that clarification. I do have staff wanting to speak, but go ahead, sir, if you'd like to address any of
No,
this.
sorry. I'm good at that time. I was just going to say that the planning department did an outreach, if I'm not mistaken. Matt, do you recall?
That's true.
Oh,
Yes, go
hi there.
ahead. We have our planning director,
That'd be great.
Guido
Yeah,
Persicone.
so just to give some context for the noticing, we did actually have a meeting with the HOA. A notice was sent to everybody within 300 feet. We noticed for the planning commission meeting. We noticed for the council, there was an error on the notice for the first council, so we re-noticed. There is no noticing requirement for tonight, but just in full transparency, we did another notice for this meeting, and there was no requirement to put a legal ad in the newspaper, but we did it anyways, once again, for full transparency. So.
Guido, you missed one thing. There was planning staff did go to the HOA meeting as well and discuss the project well ahead. Just to make sure full disclosure.
Yeah, Allison and Nick went to the HOA and spoke, and we spoke about the
Tone of the communications with the residents were. What I have seen has been, it looks like you froze, Guido, but what I have
No,
seen.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Our internet is unstable. What I've seen is more communication with concerns.
So all of the comments are actually in the packet for today. It was mixed overall. It was very positive at the HOA, but once again, for full disclosure and transparency, we did attach those comments to this staff report. So.
Thank you for that. Do we have any more back and forth here?
You had one question about, does this grandfather in future decisions? And this is just simply a lease agreement. And it does not lock the council into future decisions.
I can also add, Mayor Pro Tem, tonight it really just is the lease agreement because the design and the site was already approved by the Planning Commission. So they have that live use permit. Tonight's really about approving the lease so they can use the land.
So our options on the table are to approve the lease with conditions.
Approve the lease with, I would say, direction, those clarifications that have already been mentioned by the council. That's an option. You could also deny the lease. You can always provide further direction to staff, but the design and the location of this facility has already been approved by the Planning Commission. So that is not before the council. And we don't have a project or an application for another site in the city.
Understandable. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Do I have any more conversation here? Any other questions? Yes.
I just wanted to also state that Councilmember McCarthy, you know, I've gone to AT&T and I've expressed your concerns about other areas in the city's area, and they're wide open to suggestions. I can certainly work with you. I can take those points back and attempt to get additional sites approved. These take time. This is a year and a half to get here for this particular site. So it takes time. But I've been told by AT&T that they're very amenable to suggestions and open to working with the city on improving coverage in the rest of other parts of the area of the city. If that's helpful.
And I have a few more comments, Mayor Pro Tem. I appreciate that feedback. I would say to council, for me personally, I've waited 20 years to get to this day, and so a little bit more time. Personally, for me, as long as it's not a huge safety risk, is okay with me. But I would like to ask the fire chief to explain a little bit more about services like E911. I know for me, even if I don't have any cell coverage at all, I'm still able to access 911 through my different providers, whether it's my doorbell or my T-Mobile Wi-Fi. Using Wi-Fi, it accesses the cellular network. And so are you familiar with E911? Might not be the right term, I'm sorry, but accessing 911 through internet Wi-Fi connections.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not totally familiar with the internet. I know that our county is upgraded. I know that they accept E911. I know they accept text messages through 911, things of that nature. When it goes in through the Wi-Fi network, typically the problem is the location, because the first thing that happens when a person calls 911, they ask type of emergency and they try to verify the location. And if you call it from your phone, in fact, if you look in your phone, it'll have you put your address in, and that's what it's going to verify. So if you don't have that, or if it's going through a Wi-Fi connection, it might try to come up in San Jose or Gilroy or, one of the major hubs of, Wi-Fi 911. But as long as the person's able to speak and they can provide that address, they can very quickly, put in the correct address. And I know that if I lived there, I would make sure I had somebody to call 911. I mean, that's, like I said, the coverage we do have coverage issues on that side of the city.
Okay, thank you. And then maybe a question about the lease. So I live next to actually 3 or 4 towers and literally 10 feet from an equipment cabinet. An equipment cabinet that holds the equipment at the base of, in this case, the Motel 6. For 6 months, the cooling fan was malfunctioning and making a pretty terrible noise. And I never called the city to express. I tried to reach out directly to the carrier. Again, it took about 6 months to get it fixed. What would you recommend if somebody experienced that at any cell tower throughout the city, and specific to this lease, what they do?
I'd say you call the city and we'll reach out to the carrier. I think that'd be the best way.
And through the lease, if let's just say something like that doesn't get fixed, or they refuse to fix it, or they're extremely delinquent in fixing it, what is the remedies for the city?
So typically, if there is a problem with maintaining a property, it can be considered a breach and you can give an opportunity to cure. I haven't looked through here, but we can make sure that there is some provision in that, what constitutes a breach, what their maintenance obligations are, and make sure the city has remedies. Most of all, you want it fixed, right? But you want to have some leverage in case they refuse to fix it in a timely way.
Okay, thank you, City Attorney.
Yes, please come forward.
I just wanted to make the point that we've, in this particular site, we've got a sound wall around this, number one. It's an engineered sound wall that will provide additional sound deafening capabilities for the backup emergency generator in the event that it does turn on. And it'll be tested, and then it'll be activated during power outages. But we have a sound wall around this site. There's also a knock number, which is there's signage on the front of the facility. If you have problems with this thing, any sort of problems, you call that number. It's a 1-800 number, and you'll get somebody from AT&T to address the issue. Over and above, the city would also be contacting us. So I think we've got that covered pretty well.
While you're behind that microphone, if you don't mind sharing, and maybe it's not appropriate, but do you represent other carriers as well?
Our firm does represent other carriers, yes. In this case, this is specifically an AT&T facility.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. We have some more comments here? Yes, Councilmember Fisher.
Just a few more comments. Like I've already said, you know, when I took the time to read that next door post from last summer, almost all those replies were in favor, in support of the tower. Some were from Sea Haven residents who said, I don't care if I have to see it, I just want coverage. But most of those replies were from residents in Central Marina. And many of those residents, we don't see them at meetings. We don't see them in Zoom meetings, but they do post online. So I did read their comments. And just one more personal experience. As you all know, my husband was saved by the firefighters 10 years ago. If he had not been able to make that phone call, he would not be here. So it's really important, because shortly after that happened with my husband, we lost internet, whatever. We couldn't call, we could not do anything, no emails, nothing. And as soon as I mentioned that, when I made the call, they made sure they were there the next day to fix that, because he was still at risk. So phone coverage is really important. And nowadays, like I said before, people do not have landlines anymore. It's the cell phone that we all rely on. So that is my plea. So thank you. This will be it for me. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. I'm also grappling with this terms of the lease. I think we need to tighten a few things up, but I also deeply feel that we may very well be going into this without an ordinance in place. I want to trust my council member, which I do deeply. Your residents, we do need this. But I'm just not sure if this is, if the terms are appropriate, and some other concerns that I have, specifically having to do with the notice requirements. So I'm not sure where we're going to go with this. Does anyone else want to comment? Okay. Guess we're ready for a motion. Does someone want to make the motion?
I would like to make
Just a second. Is there something that?
And I probably need some help with the legal stuff, but I would take the motion to approve a lease agreement between the City of Marina and New Singular Wireless PCS LLC for construction and operation of a telecommunications facility on city-owned property at the northwest corner of California Avenue and 3rd Avenue, with the corrections as noted by the city attorney. Will it be sufficient? And
That's sufficient for me. Councilmember Vischer, I've taken notes on all of your comments, and I can go over them again if you would like, just to make sure I've captured them all.
and also including the one from Mayor Pro Tem about notifications.
Correct. I have that on the list as well. It was really about making sure the city is not obligated to improve a road for access, make sure that maintenance of landscaping requirement doesn't extend throughout the property. Adding the notification requirement from the tenant to the city of any claims. It should be a prompt notification. A little bit more clarity around restoring the property to the original condition. Addressing Councilmember McCarthy, making sure that there are remedies for failure to maintain the facilities. And I think those are all the comments I have on my list.
Thank you. And then to continue with the motion, authorize the finance director to make necessary accounting and budgetary entries and authorize the city manager to execute the lease agreement on behalf of the city, subject to final review and approval by city attorney.
Thank you. The motion also include return the property to its original state.
Mayor Pro Tem, I did include that.
Thank you. Okay. Do I have a second? I'll second it for discussion. Comments?
Mayor Pro Tem, I don't think I have any specific comments. I mean, the public doesn't often understand that we often wait, we grapple with these, and even though we've done all of our homework, there are some decisions that are just hard. Because I think that what I've heard from the council today is that we want this coverage. We're not fighting, 5G like is happening in many cities. We don't have those problems, but that there's some little nuances that maybe aren't tightened up. And I'll tell you, I still don't know if now's the time to try to tighten those up and leverage, what we have, or just to move forward and try to cover that at another time. I'm still inclined to think that if it sounded like there'd be support, I might make a substitute motion to ask staff to reach out to one of these third-party companies that help facilitate these lease agreements with cities to the extent that we don't have to expend any funds. I know one reached out to me and said they were happy to give a little bit of free advice, through a phone call. Maybe we could ask staff that they include up to 2 council members so that Brown Act isn't violated on that call, and see if there are some areas that might be addressed better now than down the road. But if there's not support for that, I won't even make that motion.
So since we have a motion on the floor, can we answer those questions, or do we have to pursue the vote?
Through the Mayor Pro Tem, I'm not understanding what the questions are. I thought you were talking about a substitute motion.
It's not really a question, but yes, entertaining a substitute motion that would direct staff to table this, have them contact a third-party provider that specializes in negotiating these type of leases, and address some of the questions that they've heard on the dais today. And then come back to us with this same proposal if staff feels that it's still the right thing to do.
So you've made a substitute motion. Would there be a second to that motion?
Yeah, I haven't made the motion, although I'm happy to. The question from the Mayor Pro Tem, I think, was, is it appropriate to have that discussion or ask the staff if they think that's a good idea? Or is it just better to make the substitute motion and move forward?
My issue really is workload. Even since we've approved the budget, we've added a bunch of things, and honestly, I would come back and say, which do we drop from the list?
Thank you for that.
Well, and Mayor Pro Tem, and also Councilmember McCarthy, I'm not sure what, to hire a consultant to draft a whole new lease. I'm not sure if that's really going to be, if we make these additions, is that really going to, I'm not sure if that's going to yield the results that you're seeking.
Well, and to clarify, I don't know what results I'm seeking other than kind of get the answers of, have we done the best of our due diligence that we can do? I sense on the dais that maybe not, but I'm also hearing from staff that resources are constrained, and that maybe it's better just to move forward tonight. But
are you asking about due diligence and evaluating coverage and locating the facility, or due diligence in reviewing the lease terms?
the first as it relates to the second. So yes, approving a lease without being methodical about the location of possible future sites, and right, because ideally there would be a map of the city of how many towers could exist and to provide incredible coverage to all of the city. But we haven't even done that. We haven't done that analysis. So we're kind of, in some senses, putting the cart before the horse. And maybe that's okay. But that was kind of the question in the substitute motion is, do we reach out to a third party to kind of have a little bit of that conversation before we take a vote?
I understand that. I'm inclined to, I seconded that motion. So where do we go for that? If I'm inclined
So
to.
why don't I make that substitute motion? And then if there's a second, I'll just make another couple comments. We can go to a vote, or everyone can make their comments and we can go to a vote.
Okay, since I seconded the first motion, there is a substitute motion on the floor. All in, do I,
So we would need a second, and then
Oh,
I
a
just have a
second.
discussion.
would anybody like to second the substitute motion?
I will second for discussion.
We're seconding the substitute motion for discussion and go ahead and make
So
some
now that it's been
comments.
seconded, I would say, I'm also hearing from staff that this is going to take staff time, and that hurts more than anything. And so I appreciate the candidness and honesty in saying that. I still don't know how I'm going to vote, but that concerns me. So
I'm not saying we can't do it, but we'll just come back and get direction on which things to get off the list, because we certainly can't get to it in the next year without dropping other things from the list.
Councilmember Fisher?
If I may add, I don't think, I'm not an expert, but in this case, I do not think we need a third party to see that we walked it, we looked at it, city-owned property. This is the location for this area. There are no other options on city-owned land, in my opinion.
I'll
So-
remove my substitute motion from the table. Someone else is welcome to make a substitute motion.
This is a very difficult one. We have competing interests with the greater good with a cell tower, and we have some terms and some other concerns that really should be addressed. So with that, let's go ahead and take a vote. The motion on the floor was already cleared. So let's go ahead and make a vote. Councilmember Fisher, or do you do that? So, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? This is a tough one. So this motion carries.
Just so clear, so carried. Okay.
Let's go ahead and for clarity, the motion passes 3-0 with Mayor Delgado and Councilmember Biala absent. Thank you. Let's go on to I believe it is our final matter. Is it our final matter? Thank you, sir, for being here with us. We're going to go ahead and move on to item 13B, and this is receiving information from Team Civic X on facilities bond measure.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And we have Charles Heath from Team Civex, and we'll kind of turn it over to Charles at this point.
Welcome, Mr. Heath.
Thank you. Good evening. Let me see if I can get my presentation pulled up here. I'll share my screen. Can you all see that now?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. All right, good evening. My name is Charles Heath. I'm a partner with Team Civics. We have been serving as the strategy and communications consultant on your planning for a potential bond measure to address your aging city facilities. I know you had a conversation on this topic last week, which I have viewed, and I know several different questions and ideas were raised that I'll try to address in my presentation. But after we talk through this, happy to engage in a discussion about where we take the communications and outreach effort on this topic from here.
Mr. Heath, really quickly, sorry to interrupt you, but you're in a different mode on our screen.
Oh, do I
We're
need
not
to
seeing your-
switch?
Yeah.
How about that?
Much better.
Perfect. Thank you. So first, just wanted to clarify my role in this process. So we are the strategy and communications consultants. What that means is, as you're considering a potential measure for the ballot, one, we help you assess the feasibility of that proposal. How do you develop a measure that aligns well with voter priorities in your community? Here, we're likely talking about a measure that would require a 2/3 vote. So the passage threshold is high, and so we need to make sure that this is closely aligned with your voters' desires. Part of that is helping determine the right election date, and we'll talk about various potential election dates tonight, the tax rate, the bond amount, the project priorities that we believe that your voters will support at that 2/3 level. Once we've answered those key questions, just in terms of the framing of the proposal, we help you develop your measure and qualify for the ballot, working in tandem with your city attorney. And the sort of last step in the process is to tell your story in the community regarding what your funding needs are and what this proposal would accomplish. Let's see here. There we go. Just a little bit about process. Typically, the way we approach the development of a measure for the ballot is we start with the assessment of feasibility. The key component of that is the survey that's conducted among a representative sample of your voters. You started that process last year, and in a moment I'll talk about some of the key findings from the survey that FM3 Research conducted in 2022. But based on that, we determine the viability of the measure, the optimal timing of the election, those other key components of the proposal. Assuming it's a green light, then we move into the next phase, which is the awareness building process. That's really where we are now and what we've been working to launch this summer, and needs to happen here in short order in order to keep the 2024 election opportunities on the table for us. As was discussed at your meeting last week, city resources cannot be used to advocate for the passage of a measure, but you can provide impartial, balanced information about what your needs are and what a funding proposal might accomplish in order to address those needs. And we'll talk at the end of my presentation about some of the draft materials that we put together so that we can receive your feedback and hopefully refine those. Because it's been over a year now since the opinion research that was initially conducted, what we're recommending is that following the awareness building effort, we conduct a tracking survey to confirm that support levels are trending in the right direction and that we believe we have a viable proposal and we've made good decisions about how we frame that proposal. And assuming that's all a green light, then that would move into the final phase, which is developing the measure for the ballot, which culminates in bringing a resolution to the council that calls for the election and puts forth the specifics of the proposal to the voters. And at that point, the city has to step into the backseat because, again, no city resources can be used to advocate for the proposed ballot measure. And then an independent campaign committee forms to take the process through to election day without utilization of any city resources. So that's kind of an overview of the process. As I mentioned, we're at the point in the process where we need to be building awareness in the community about your proposal and what your needs are. In order to do that, we have to look back at some of the key findings from the survey that was conducted last year. So I just wanted to share with you some of the highlights from that survey, at least from my perspective. The language that you see on the screen here currently is the language that was presented to voters in the course of the survey, kind of a mock-up of what the ballot question might look like for a $50 million bond measure to address a variety of different city facility needs. And you can see here in the opening of the measure's title was the Marina Emergency Response Public Safety Essential City Services Measure. And then it names a number of the different types of improvements that would be funded by the measure, including improving 911 emergency natural disaster response, public safety buildings, including a fire station and police station, improving services for seniors, and establishing an earthquake-safe community center. That's how it was described to voters at a cost of $105 per 100,000 of assessed value, which is the tax rate required to support a $50 million bond. I know that the total size and scope of a bond is still under discussion. And then some accountability protections were presented to voters, which are pretty typical for a bond proposal of this variety. And when we asked voters if they would vote yes or no on that proposal, we found that 52% said that they would vote yes. So about 18 percentage points shy of the 16 percentage points shy of the 2/3 threshold required for passage of a bond measure. So, not where we need to be initially. But from them, over the course of the survey, more information was introduced to voters in order to give them a sense of specifically what was being proposed. And so the next slide details some of that information. So here's where we broke down various components of the proposed ballot measure and asked voters if these were important or not too important components of the measure. And what we found was that there's a couple categories of components that were higher priorities than others for your voters. One, fiscal accountability, the idea that public spending disclosure would be required, all funds would be spent locally, independent audits would be required, Those are typically high priority for voters, especially those that are skeptical about government spending and want to see those additional protections in place. The other elements that were strong priorities for your voters were elements related to public safety. So ensuring public safety agencies can quickly respond in case of an emergency, improving essential city services, and improving 911 fire and emergency medical response times. Those were the items that more than a 2/3 majority of your voters said were high priorities. There were some other priorities here in terms of, safety of public buildings, removing hazardous materials, preventing disruptions in city services, park and recreation type services. But those items were resonating with, less than a 2/3 majority of your voters. So I share this mostly just to sort of orient you to our thinking as we were putting together some of the draft messaging that you've had an opportunity to review. There's a second slide here of even lower priorities for voters, and you can see the variety of issues there. Not surprisingly, at the bottom of that list is, repairs to the city council chambers. We typically find that administrative facilities are a lower priority for voters compared to other facilities related to the provision of public safety services, recreation, et cetera. But anyway, so this is the type of information we use to guide how we allocate our emphasis in the communication materials that we prepare. So I just wanted to refresh everyone's memory of some of the key findings from that survey. Now, because we are seeing support levels below the 2/3 mark. Oh, sorry, I skipped a slide here. So after that information was presented to voters, again, initially we were at 52% support. After we provided that additional information about how funds from the measure would be used, we saw support rise to 61%, so getting closer to 2/3, but not quite there. We also tested a fallback tax rate of $60 per 100,000. So basically what happens if you reduce the price tag? And now we're getting quite close to 2/3. We're at 64%. So information helps, but doesn't quite get us there. Reducing the price tag gets us closer. It was mentioned at the council meeting last week that the state legislature has placed a constitutional amendment on the ballot next year in 2024 that would reduce the threshold for the passage of bond and tax measures for city, counties, and special districts from 2/3 to 55%. Given the support levels that we're seeing for your measure, I think that this may be an attractive option that you want to seriously consider. A statewide constitutional amendment requires passage of 2/3 of both houses of the legislature, which has already been achieved, but also requires approval from a simple majority of voters statewide. And as I mentioned, this measure is proposed for the November 2024 ballot. And the language of the constitutional amendment says that it would apply to measures that are on that same ballot. So there would be an opportunity to place a measure on a November 2024 ballot and potentially qualify for the 55% threshold if this statewide constitutional amendment is approved. So just a few of the details of ACA 1, this proposal that will be going to the ballot. It does apply to cities, counties, and special districts. It does require additional fiscal accountability protections, including mandatory annual audits and independent oversight. Those are typically common elements that are included in these measures anyway. And importantly, the lowered threshold only applies to bond and tax measures that fund the construction, reconstruction, rehabilitation, or replacement of public infrastructure and a variety of categories of affordable housing. So that obviously begs the question, well, what is public infrastructure? And here are the different potential categories of public infrastructure that would qualify for funding through a measure at this reduced threshold. And you can see on this rather long list, you do have parks and recreation related facilities and public safety related facilities too. So this is relevant for, the most of the needs that are covered in your plans. Which you'll see missing here is city administrative facilities, a city hall facility. So if you were to pursue this option, you would likely need to pair this measure with some other source of funding in order to address the city hall component of your plans. It was also mentioned at your council meeting last week that there is an opportunity to pass special taxes at a simple majority if those are qualified through the citizens initiative process. Yes, that is true. That is I think, settled law at this point in California after a number of different recent lawsuits after recent elections. The challenge there is that the city can't be involved in the preparation of that initiative. It has to be an independent, citizen-led process. So, the challenge we've had in using that opportunity in other cities is there a motivated group of citizens with the resources to write an initiative, collect the signatures, qualify for the ballot? Oftentimes that's not the case, which is why city-sponsored initiatives are the route that most cities take in order to put bonds and other taxes before their voters. I know last week you discussed the different potential election date opportunities when we might put a measure on the ballot. The soonest opportunity we could put something on the ballot is the March 5th statewide primary election that's coming up. The deadline for the city to adopt a resolution calling for that election is December 8th. So we're sort of under the gun timeline-wise in order to implement that awareness building and public education effort to help voters understand the needs, conduct that tracking survey that we discussed and make sure we have sufficient support to move forward. We basically have the months of October and November at this point. There are a variety of election dates beyond that in 2024 and 2025. I need to note that many of these elections would be special elections where you would likely be the only item on the ballot. The city has to compensate the county for the cost of administering any election. And when you're the only item on the ballot, that does drive up the cost of administering that election. So it would be more expensive to conduct those elections in the April, May, and August opportunities that are listed here in 2024. Again, we also have the November 5th general election at the end of 2024. And I've highlighted it there because that is the first election where the benefits of ACA 1 could apply with the lower 55% threshold. So I think that's an opportunity worthy of consideration, and that qualification deadline next August does afford more time to conduct the awareness building and outreach efforts. Beyond that, there are some opportunities in 2025, no regularly scheduled elections, so those would all be special elections with the higher cost we discussed. So in terms of next steps, typically the way we approach the awareness building effort is to start with internal audiences, your city staff, commissioners, employee associations, make sure they're aware well of the need and prepared to be ambassadors to the public to answer questions and describe what this proposal is all about. From there, we fan out to the external community, make sure we're engaging with elected leaders, business leaders, community groups, opinion leaders, other stakeholders in the community. And then the largest group we need to engage with is the voters at large that will ultimately determine the fate of a ballot measure. And it's in that effort that we utilize non-advocacy mass communication strategies such as direct mail, email, social media to communicate and educate the voters generally in your community. So I think that marks our transition here to looking at some of the messaging documents that I know you all have had a chance to look at. For the reasons described earlier, that's why kind of the safer Marina concept and the focus on some of the public safety elements of your proposal is emphasized. I heard in the comments last week that I think you kind of wanted to round out some of the messaging to put a greater focus on the recreation and aquatics elements of your proposal. We can certainly do that. We can do that both through the language and through the visuals that are utilized. We've struggled a little bit to find good visuals that convey the deficiencies in the current facilities. Sometimes that's hard to portray, and your current fire station actually looks in pretty good condition, and it's hard to convey the less than optimal location of that facility. So what we're looking at right here, this is the one-page fact sheet that we've developed to be distributed electronically and used as a leave behind at community meetings. We also have this more detailed frequently asked question document that goes into a little more detail in terms of the various components of the proposal and the origin of the proposal. And then we also have this draft direct mail piece. I know there was a reaction to the emphasis on the fire component here on the cover. We can certainly revisit that image. And then this is the back and front covers of the mail piece. This is the inside where we have the letter from your city manager kind of describing the issue and then providing more detail about this proposal. So I also have a video that, an informational video that we've created that I'm happy to share. I've had mixed results sharing video via Zoom, but if you'd like to see that, we can look at it. But otherwise, I think our
When Marina became a city in 1975, the population was approximately 10,000. When Marina became a city, the current population exceeds 23,000. And yet the city still relies on the fire station, became a city in 1975.
Sorry, like I said, mixed results, sharing video via Zoom. We can share a link to that so everyone can view it as well. But this would be a informational video that we could make public on the city's website, distribute via social media, and use in presentations. Lastly here, this is just the timeline we've been working on towards the qualification deadline for the March 2024 election. I'd say we're about a month behind the schedule at this point because we're kind of stalled trying to finalize the informational messaging so that we can start rolling it out. So hopefully tonight we can get some good detailed feedback from all you on how we need to retool that messaging so that we can either get back on this time frame or refocus on a later election date. So with that, that's what I have to share, and I'm happy to answer any questions and engage in discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Heath. That was a really thorough presentation. So do I go out to the public first? Okay, we've got a packed house here. Anybody in the public here would like to comment on this matter? Okay, not seeing any. I go out to the public, please. Anybody who'd like to comment on this potential bond measure messaging next steps for us? I don't see the, let's see who's got some hand raised. Mia, welcome, Mia. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I just had a couple of questions. The first one is, for the survey, could you tell us how many people responded, and was there, was it other criteria, what part of the city they live in, the age and all that? It'd be interesting to see who was able to respond to that survey. And then the second question I had was, fire safety is super important. And I think with the increase of residents, we definitely need additional help in that safety aspect. However, the bond also pays for other things as well. And I think that should be informed to the taxpayer and voter so they can make the right decision for what's best for them. I personally don't want to pay too much tax. I think we're paying a lot already. So I want my tax dollars to be stretched as far as they can and to pay for the most urgent and most important parts that are needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mia. Next, we have Mr. Markham. Jeff Markham, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I had a couple of comments, mostly that I think when I've gone out and talked to people about the bond measure, there's a lot of confusion about the specifics of exactly what's being proposed. Specifically, where would the new city hall be, or where is the new fire station going to be? And a lot of people rightly question, we're already assessing impact fees. There's potential for impact fee assessment on Marina Station. How much is that going to contribute to public safety and public buildings? We have a report that we do every year about exactly where those impact fees are spent, but it's not clear, exactly what they're doing to help, fund these new things. It seems like, I think it's like 21,000 per single family home is like, well, where did that go? That's been assessed for some time now. So it seems like until you can get a good story about exactly what's being proposed, public education isn't going to be all that effective until the taxpayer knows exactly what's being proposed. And I don't think we're there yet. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Markham. We have 8 people in attendance. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? We're talking about the proposed bond measure. Was that you, Grace? Grace Silva Santella, you had to, Tommy Balea. Welcome back, Tommy. You've got 3 minutes. Thank you.
Oh boy, 3 minutes. Okay, I'll try to do. This is quite an undertaking. I've never heard of anything like this and putting this burden on people that are on fixed incomes, definitely going to have an effect on renters. Their rent's going to increase. I understand that the city's growing. And I guess the first question is, all the homes that are not built yet, are they exempt from this, or are they, when they're built and they come online, they're going to be paying that bond? And secondly, why is it called a bond? Why don't you call it a tax increase? Because that's what it is. It's kind of, it's like, yeah, I'll vote yes on this bond and it's taken care of by somebody else. No, it's taken care of by us. I mean, a lot of people are on fixed incomes, and I gave multiple times, I gave alternatives to starting from scratch and using existing buildings like 3056 Del Monte, all that blight area in there next to the fire station, that tattoo shop, that vacant lot, the whole block. I mean, that's prime land that you could develop and not have to take away other oak trees and save half the amount. I mean, you already have two bonds that I know of. One is the library, okay, and this other bond that you used to buy all of half of Fort Ord with, all that housing. I mean, why don't you guys sell that off? Now that makes sense. Selling that off, and in return, you can get all the stuff that you want. But to just continue on this bond market, to me, we're not the richest community. And I understand we need fire protection in place, and there's a balance here somewhere. But my gosh, there's a lot of people on fixed income, and I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to not approve this, but it is a tax increase, and we're paying for this over 30 years. It's almost like saying, let's all move out of our house, reappraise the house at today's value, and move back in. Most of us would have to sell and move away. Eh, You know, I don't know. I understand we're in a rut here, but you have all the new hotels that you built, all that income, and oh my gosh, and then all the homes that are being built and planned, all that income from property taxes. I don't understand. The fire department's got everything brand new already, and then you want to add a $50 million bond. I don't see the math. Okay, thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Balea. As always, insightful comments. Do we have any other commenters in the audience on via Zoom? Okay. Oh, we do. We have Grace. Grace, you coming back or not? Grace Silva Santella. Maybe she might be having some problems. Let's allow her to talk. If you could put her up. There she is.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I was definitely having my raised hand up, so I'm sorry that there was some computer glitch there. I am finding this really fascinating, this presentation, that you might be able to get this bond measure passed by only 55% voter approval. Just feels there's something sneaky about all that. I worked on the Marina Library bond measure. And I think the biggest problem you're having with this particular bond measure is, yes, you're really pushing fire safety issues. I will say that in your last council meeting, I appreciated the conversation from some of you council members stressing that this is not just about fire safety. This is about a lot of other really important critical issues that we have here in Marina, primarily a new civic center and a new city hall and a new council chambers. And yet this bond measure, of which that is the majority of the money that this bond measure is going to go to, you have not chosen the site. So you are going to go out there and you're going to ask residents of Marina to approve, I forget if that was a $30 million budget item on that $50 million bond. I apologize. I probably have overinflated it. You're asking them to add on $120,000 per $100,000 assessed value for a development that nobody even knows where it's going. When the library bond measure was passed by almost 80% voter approval, we had the land and we had schematics. We knew exactly where it was going and what we were building. You don't have that for this civic center, for this council chambers, for this new government structure building complex. You have to give that to us voters. There is no way that somebody like myself, who is a strong believer in this community and who is committed to this community, is going to go out there and ask my fellow Marina residents, vote for something that you have absolutely no idea where it's going to be and what it's going to look like. So I strongly urge you that if you're going to move forward with this, you have got to take the time and figure out what this civic center, what this government complex is going to be, because that's what's going to sell it to the residents of Marina. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Silva Santella. Appreciate your comments, as always. Do we have any others? We are down to 7 attendees. Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment and bring some questions back to this council and to, to our dais here and to Mr. Heath. So one of the questions was most recent about the site. Mr. Heath, can you speak to, in your messaging, is it necessary? Is it a strong point? Is it customary to include a site renderings or any sort of site specific in the messaging?
Well, I think that in order to have a credible proposal, you have to be able to answer basic questions. Do you need to be able to show people exactly what the architecture and what color the paint will be and what color the carpet and drapes will be? No, you don't need to get to that level of detail, but basic information like where will this be located, I think is, most voters are going to want to know that before they're going to approve a tax to fund the facility. So I would definitely encourage you to at least identify the preferred location and make sure there's council consensus on that before presenting this to voters.
Thank you. Do you have anything to add, Mr. City Manager?
No, but clarify when you talked about the rendering. So, what degree of renderings do you typically is needed?
Or suggested?
Yeah, I don't, most people aren't going to base their vote on what is the architecture going to look like, right? They're thinking about this more conceptually. Is this a facility we need? Does it support services I care about? Is it in a location that seems reasonable? Does the cost seem reasonable? That's the level of information that is typically required. Frequently, we put measures like this before voters, and sort of the architectural work hasn't been done yet, and that's fine. Oftentimes, that architectural work is what is funded by the measure in part. But I think renderings aside, basic information like where would it be located, I think does need to be resolved.
Okay, City Manager, are we in a position to be able to say where it's to be some potential sites? Answering Grace's question.
Yes, potential sites are Lock Padden Park next to the library. That site is still owned by the Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District. And so we would have to have discussions with them on whether or not that is even a feasible option. We've been talking about it it's been in the general plan for 20 plus years. We've been talking about it with Park District for years, but I'm not sure really where their board position is on that. So we need to clarify that site. The existing location here, I guess, is a potential site. It would take a lot of knocking down renovation. The initial reports talked about that we probably would have to acquire some other property around, and so I think this might be a little bit more difficult. The other site that was talked about in the general plan was in the Cypress Knolls type area. And the pushback, at least at that time, was they're trying to keep it located more in central Marina and not put all the new facilities out in the new part of the city. And so those are the primary sites right now. We own additional property. Most of our property is always, it's in the former Ford area. So it'd be even further on the southern end of the city.
Okay. The other question I had, thank you, Mr. City Manager, was from Tommy Balea. How feasible is a sell-off of the properties to be able to fund our needs?
Those are options definitely the council could consider. If you're looking at another site, you could look at selling this property here. We could look at selling other property. So that is definitely an option to explore a little bit.
Okay, those are the two questions I had noted. Was there any of that city attorney or city manager have noted?
Mia had asked how many people responded to the questionnaire, and I don't know that off the top of my head. I know that it was a statistically valid survey, and she asked questions about the demographics, and those are in the survey. And so,
Mr. Heath, perhaps, do you remember the number?
Yeah, I have that information. So the survey was conducted among 301 likely voters in Marina. And I know that in a community with about 12,600 registered voters, that probably seems like a small number. But, even if we're doing surveys in the entire state of California or a big county like Los Angeles County, we can survey only a few hundred people and get statistically reliable results because the sample is carefully selected to be demographically representative of the voters in your community. So the same proportion of young voters versus old voters, voters on this side of town versus that side of town, Democrats versus Republican, men versus women. So it's that representativeness that gives it its statistical validity.
Thank you, Mr. Heath. All right, if there's no more questions to be answered, I'll go ahead and bring it back here to the dais and open the conversation for our council members. Does anybody want to start? Would you like me to start? Okay. I want to appreciate what you've done with the graphics. I'm sorry with the messaging. But one thing that does come across is it's quite wordy, and I'm sure this is a draft. And one thing that comes back to me very strikingly is what we're hearing is a preconception that we have all this money coming through from our housing. I'm wondering if we've considered adding something that comes across when I speak to people about the need of this is just how much we get, like a financial breakdown from property taxes or our sales tax. If our sales tax is 9.2% and we get 1% to come back here, everybody thinks, wow, I even thought we get the whole enchilada, and we don't. The other concern that I have is, yes, we are building a tremendous amount in our cities, but because of prior agreements, we get no property taxes from that. And I think that is a compelling story. So prior councils front-loaded the investment to spur the investment, but we don't see that. So when I'm just wondering, my question to you, Mr. Heath, is, or to this council, or I'm sorry, our city management, is have we considered really showing the reality? Because if on the face you're going to think we're building all these $1 million homes, we must have millions, but there's all these restrictions on the funds, and there is a financial story to tell. What you've done here is great, but I think our story, am I correct in assuming that our story is much more compelling than the challenge and much more challenging? So I'll bring that back to city manager. Did we lose him? Are we off Zoom?
I can hear you and see you.
Okay.
We lost you. I'd be interested in your feedback. We could certainly put together some materials on educating about our whole tax structure and where things are at, and tell our financial story. I'd be interested in Charles and his thoughts on that too.
Charles, what I just shared with you, I'm not sure how well you know our community, but We have an incredible amount of construction occurring, which would make you think that you're seeing the $1 million houses first because you have to fund the rest of the homes to come. So tell me a little bit about what I'm sharing with you, and maybe you have a very similar city that had, have you had a very similar situation where you've had to tell the financial story, and how compelling is that?
Well, certainly there's frequently a perception that, because of whatever it is, high property taxes we pay, or, other just high taxes generally in California, that there must be this abundance of money. And so why are you turning to the voters and the taxpayers and asking for more resources? So that's one of those questions we have to be prepared to answer. And I think what you shared with me in terms of why this new development isn't resulting in additional resources for the city, that's good information that we can certainly integrate. The challenge, of course, is that we have limited space, time, and attention to get these messages across. So we have to prioritize what we think is most important. So, that level of detail about the city of finances, I might kind of make a secondary priority after we presented, here are these facility needs that we can't let go unaddressed without impacts on services and quality of life and safety in the community. But that's good information that I think we can find a way to integrate.
Thank you. I don't know if my 5 minutes is up, but I do have another pointed question. When you did these surveys, we were in the midst of a record inflation, and people were very tight with concerns of jobs and where we were economically. Do you think there's been any change in opinion? I know that inflation is still high, things still cost a good amount of money, but has it cooled any? What if we were to do this survey today, either statistically or overall, what do you think it would say?
Yeah, and we're doing surveys for cities and other local government agencies up and down California all the time. And I would say that things today are marginally better than they were a year ago, but not dramatically better. There's still quite a bit of economic anxiety out there and uncertainty about the future. So I don't think that element alone is going to take you where we saw you last year, in the sort of low 50s to low 60% range to above 2/3. It would have to be that in combination with a greater awareness of the needs that need to be addressed. So that's why we recommended the awareness building effort followed by a tracking survey to see if those factors in combination move the needle.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I will go ahead and move on over to my colleagues here on the dais. And I'll start with, he raised it first. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Really a couple comments. I've been tracking ACA 1. I think I mentioned it at the last meeting. I'm a little surprised to see these categories, and a little confused that something like council chambers aren't in there and all these other things are. But I guess my question is, there are things that we are also going to be doing, like roads, and I'm trying to be careful with my question, but is it appropriate then to include that in the bond, even though we were going to do it anyway, and then shift those funds otherwise into something like a council chamber? Or does that not meet the spirit of what we're supposed to be doing? Or
Well, legally, funds from a bond measure can only be used for the purposes that are described in the measure that are approved by voters. Right now, money is fungible, and if that alleviates budgetary pressures in other areas of the budget, that's certainly a viable budgeting strategy. But you certainly couldn't use funds from the bond measure for any purpose other than those authorized in the measure.
Okay.
But I think his question, I think it's a really good question. Ponders, like right now from the general fund, we are spending additional over $1 million on just road improvements, and these are all future road improvements. We have a plan for the next 20 years, and so I think the question is, so if we shift and put some of those future road improvements on the bond and use that $1 million to free up for facilities that aren't, and how that would come across if we did those, because it seems like that's certainly appropriate to do in the budget process.
So I
Yeah.
think I would ask, sorry, go ahead, please.
I was just going to say that absolutely road and transportation improvements are a viable infrastructure expenditure. So that could be part of a measure and part of an overall funding strategy to address other facility needs.
Thank you. Because I think the idea of going out for 2 bond measures is I don't think there's going to be a lot of appetite for that. And so I'm really worried about that. The only other comment I'll make, another one that's maybe a little controversial, is just hearing the comment about fire facilities being in Old Marina. And most realtors agree. I'm reading an article in Business Insider that says fire stations decrease property values by an average of 1.8%. I mean, they're not considered a facility most people want to be by. And so I would say we should be very careful with that messaging, because not only are we asking for increased property tax revenues, but for those property values to actually be decreased by the virtue of what we're doing. It's a hard decision, and we're going to have to find a location somewhere that's appropriate for the city. But from a messaging perspective, I would just say we should be cognizant of that. I think those are my only comments. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Councilmember Fisher?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. About the potential locations for the Civic Center, because I agree that the public will want to know where it's going to be, and it doesn't have to be exactly drawn out, but like I mentioned last time, just some blocks, some shapes to see whether the locations do offer enough space, because I would really like to see that for the proposed location next to or behind the library. And I also mentioned then, for me, it would make more sense to also look into Lock Pennon Park, but closer to the intersection of Del Monte and Reservation, because that would really tie it in with downtown. And so I hope that is still an option that can be looked at. Are there plans?
I can know that option would not be allowed, because that there's 10 acres there, or 5 acres, and that came on a different transfer from, I think, the one of the conservancy districts in the state, and that has to be given open space.
Okay, so that's off the table.
Yeah. So where you're talking that part of Lock Pennon closer to downtown.
I thought anything closer to downtown to really make it tie in, because I can understand that people say, hey, we need to have it downtown. But for me, the proposed location on the other side of the library, for me, that's not really walkable. For most people, will not be walkable to go to grocery outlet or Starbucks there. So I was hoping that there would be a better location. Okay, that's and for the rest, I would like. I'm not sure, but I don't think the presentation mentioned the duration of the bond. I know from previous questions, it's probably going to be 30 years.
Yes, that's the typical duration of bonds. Yes.
Because as a voter, that's something I would like to know. And at least it's not longer than hopefully the lifetime of the facilities that are going to be funded, because we would be going backwards then. And yes, I see that, I think, City Council Chambers, 23% thinks that's important to have something else than the almost 50-year-old trailers that we were in. So we do need to do a lot of outreach, and but I don't have any other questions or remarks at this moment. No, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fisher. I do have another question. That's okay. In your campaign, will you be targeting certain? I'm sorry, scratch that. In these educational materials, will there be different demographics that will be targeted, that will be educated? And will there be one version, 2 versions? What is your rollout intend to be? Will we have it in different languages? What is your overall campaign?
Right. So because this is a broad,
Not even campaign. Sorry, did I say the wrong word? What is your overall strategy?
Yeah. So, and to be clear, our goal here is not to persuade voters to build support that would be a misappropriation of public funds. So this has to be a broad-based, generally available public awareness campaign to make all residents aware of a need that exists and policy making that's happening at the city level to try to address that need, right? That's what we're doing here. So because of that, typically the same information is available to everyone. Now, we can certainly make that information available in multiple languages, like you do with many of your city materials, to accommodate different language proficiencies. But beyond that, no, typically we don't target based on, age or other demographics. Now, once the council votes to put a measure on the ballot, if an independent campaign committee forms to advocate for the measure, they can certainly utilize, targeted messaging to persuade voters, but the city can't do that as part of this effort.
Thank you for clarifying. And back to what the caller, Grace Silva Santella, mentions, I had made the comment last meeting, is I just really hope that we are able to tell the story without putting, for example, fire on the spot or promising something. We need to be as transparent as possible and as compelling as possible, because this is for our residents that, we are committed to a safer, functional city facilities. I think I said that well. And I promised we'd get out of here sooner, but sorry. Let me see if I had any other. Just the comment again is some of the photos of depicting the very old fire trucks. I wonder if those are still in service. Is that why they're in the picture? Sorry. So yes, if we could turn a little bit of the focus back to some of our facilities, really the tarp on top of this building is something that is a true reflection of how our facilities are appearing these days. Any other questions from up here? The other thing I was going to mention is the duration. We didn't, not duration, the campaign time, the public education, I'm sorry, the bond, when we should put it on the ballot. And I just want to make it, I'm in favor of doing it in November 2024.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. That was exactly what I was going to suggest. Like, I think we can forget about adopting a resolution by December 8th. And then if it's going to be next year, then why not just wait for the November 2024?
Through the mayor, just to be clear though, might it be advisable not to really make those decisions at this point? Does that or even have that conversation? Maybe it limits us more than helps us.
Very good point. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. City Manager, would you like to comment?
No, I think these are great conversations and really good discussions. And so I think our intent is to keep moving forward, getting more information, trying to address these questions. We'll need to tie down the site better. We'll work on getting our cost estimates and the renderings and at least concept renderings and just continue to put our story together. And at some point, I think in the next couple months, we'll do a survey to assess where we're at and where the voters are at. And then from there, I think then you can kind of make some decisions on, okay, do you feel you want to put on the ballot? Do you want to wait until November 2024? And I think as we go along the process, do more surveys, hear back from the public. I think that will kind of get more concrete of the direction you want to go.
I appreciate that, and taking a look at some new employees in our office, in our midst. I just want to make it super clear that we are not advocating, but we would hope to have the best facilities to keep you safe and do your jobs better, even better than you're doing them. So with that, we don't have to take a vote here. So is there any other comments? Okay, yes, Councilmember Fisher.
Yeah, I'm sorry about making it even longer, but I do have a question. Until when can we advocate for this?
Basically,
Provide information?
Until the point that the council votes to call for the election. So, again, if we're looking at November 2024, the deadline for that is the first week in August. So we would likely be looking at a July council action to place this measure on the ballot. So that's our window for public information.
And until that time, we don't need to be impartial.
No, you do need to be impartial. Yeah,
Oh,
you
we
can
do need
use
to,
city
but-
resources to advocate for the passage or defeat of a ballot measure.
But can we speak as private persons in favor of
You-
the?
you-
Yeah.
So the restriction is on the use of public resources, right? So if you as a citizen are conveying your personal opinions, as long as you're not using a city resource, then that's your right as a citizen.
There will not be a problem. Thank you.
Well, think about it. If we hand out a card to someone and said, call me for more information, that's a city resource. If I'm saying, send me an email or sending an email out from my city, I think we probably need I think you provided us some, but we're going to probably need some very detailed, if I'm on a city council meeting. Yeah, these are city resources. So I think there's a lot of tentacles that can be problematic, or at least blur the lines. And we don't want to do that. We want to be as transparent and clear as possible.
So I think we'll work with Charles and Heidi on making those boundaries, make it clear what you can do. And I think you used a good example. If you're home at your computer at home on your email account at home, you can advocate whatever you want. But if you're on your city email account, then that crosses the line.
But then we also have our own personal social media platforms that are portraying ourselves as that public person. So we get into some gray areas. So I think we just need to be very cognizant of that and very careful, as we should be always. Any other comments here? No. Okay. So we're going to move on to our last items. And this is receiving council and staff informational reports. I did not attend the Monterey County Mayors Association. I am not Bruce Delgado. And does anybody else here have any report backs from some of their meetings? Okay. So with that, I'd like to thank the staff that are with us for your time and your energy and your commitment to our city, and all of those who stuck with us throughout this very informational meeting, and everybody up here. And I just want to say, if you saw me on my phone, I have children at home by themselves, so I was checking in with them. With that, do I get to do this? I get to adjourn the meeting. Meeting adjourned.